Hello, chat. Hello, Emmykins. Hello, everybody else. Welcome to Monday Night Kerbal stream. Let's get you guys some eye candy. Hello, everyone. I got the cam working. Isn't it amazing? It's me. I mean, nothing has changed. It's the same cam. I just had to reset up the source, and then it worked. And that's all fixed now. But tonight, we're doing some Kerbal Space Program. It's just gonna be, there's nothing too crazy going on tonight. We're gonna take a couple of missions maybe, and then the plan is to launch probes to Dres and Elu. We probably won't, let's see. I don't know how long it takes to get to Dres, but I'm assuming they might not get there tonight, and we may end up launching the Jewel resupply mission as well. I've got the everything marked down on my notes for when it's supposed to happen. So it's going to go Dres, Elu, then Jewel for our transfer windows. So let's head over to the game with this spooky, creepy music. It's space themed though. It's like, just think it's like Event Horizon. All right, this is the stream career. Let's make sure I have chat open. Chat is open. I had the audio on, but I turned it off, so now we don't have to worry about it. So let's take a look at what missions we have. So we need to plant a flag on Ike. We have 13 years to do that. Plant a flag on Duna. We've got 24 years. Science data from space around Ike. Science data from surface of Duna. This should be happening on its own. Science data from surface of Val. I would really like to get that. Bring a Val ice chunk back with you. I would also like to get that. Explore Eve. That's our sort of our final boss. And this should be ongoing. So that's nothing incredible going on tonight, I guess. But I think we could probably take a little bit of time and go through and make sure that everything on here is I change the name of some of these things so I stop getting lost in all the extra junk that I see. So this is going to be called CurbSat 1. There we go. And it's just I think, yeah, it's just got a thermometer out here. We put it up here for a mission, I believe. Or contract or quest, whatever you want to call them. So that is just going to stay there forever. All right, next up, we've got a couple of other things. Moonsat 1E. Moonsat E-1. Okay, that's pretty good. Honestly, we can probably just take off the probes, and there's a ship somewhere. That's the Jewel lander, right? The relays, we don't need to see those at all times, so that cleans that up quite a bit. All right, and then actually we do need the probes up for a moment because we have the interplanetary fuel delivery drone, which is meant to go to Jewel. So this thing is all gassed up and ready to go. And this is just the scanning thing. All right. Yep. Let's see. It's year 18, day 210. Our next transfer window to Dres is year 19, day 169. I already played it last time, so we're not going to play it this time. But just accept that it is nice. Okay. So with that in mind, I'm gonna say we can probably just fast forward time for, let's say, a couple of days. So we'll go to like day 300, or maybe wait for a mission to finish. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna get 15 asteroids pretty soon here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, well, it's past day 300, so let's head on out and check. So that was kind of fun. We get to watch all the ships do their little orbity thing. Plant Flagon Vault will actually be doing that. Extract ore from Bop and deliver it to Jewel. Okay, in orbit of Jewel. All right, that one you can do. Yep. Like what? I'm just supposed to drop it into the atmosphere? That's not gonna work. Science data from space around Tylo. We have 40 years to do it. I mean, we could probably send something out and we get a decent advance. So yeah, why not? Just science data is easy enough. All right, let's continue. Remember, we're going to year 19, day 169. There we go. Now it feels right. All right, so we finished a mission. We mapped 15 asteroids. Got quite a bit of money. That's kind of nice. Almost 200 grand. So really at this point, money is not going to be a problem. The biggest thing, we want to upgrade the VAB, which we don't actually need to do. The spaceplane hangar and the runway. We'll just grab the runway now. Looks nicer. Add some nice little lights there. Can dig it. Let's see. All right, this would be Duna's orbit, so that's not going to work. Map 5 asteroids endangering Kerbal with Sentinel infrared telescope. Reach the designated orbit around the sun within a reasonable deviation. Where does it? Okay, so it needs to be really high up. So that's not going to work. You guys remember how long it took for us to adjust? Can I go to the sun, please? Thank you. Yeah, so we'd have to move out here, or worse, out here for the Duna one. I guess it might be worth it to put another eye in the sky here, just so we can take these passive missions. Let's go ahead and take that. We'll just launch a quick eye in the sky, get it into that orbit, and let things ride. That's this one, right? Yep. Now, the real enemy of organization here is, of course, my craft, which I don't even want to think about trying to organize this, so I'm just not going to. Eye in the sky, let's go. You guys remember this? It's a very straightforward little thing here. We launch it, it goes up, and then it uses Xenon to do the rest. Go ahead and launch it. I like when craft are easy to handle like this. It's such a pain in the butt. I mean, you guys have seen me struggling with those big stations. It's nice when everything just stays the way that I want it to. All right, so we got everything open, and let's go ahead and launch. This should not be a problem. All right, I'm gonna try out some advice that I heard about doing your gravity turn, and that is go up straight to 100 meters per second and then start turning 45 degrees or something like that. So we're gonna turn over 45 degrees maybe. I don't know how true this is or how effective it is. It might end up being an issue. We just don't know. We don't have enough information. A very unscientific test. Okay, well, it's not terrible. I guess, you know, 45 degrees isn't the worst way you could go. In fact, it's one of the more mathematically sound ways you could go if you want to go up and over at the same time. Here we go. Fairing is doing its job. Okay. So yeah, I think we'll just point like this for a while. Seems to be working. Getting some heating and aerodynamic effects there. That's what the fairing is for, though. All right. We'll switch to orbit. Gonna slow down the engine a little bit. I can see that we may be going a little bit too far in a few places. And if you have any questions, I guess you can ask me, but I probably won't know the answer. If you want to know about launching stuff, I just kind of feel it out, honestly. Like, I know there's a lot of techniques or mods you can get that'll tell you the perfect ascent profile. But really, you play enough and you kind of get a feel for it, and I screw it up sometimes. But don't feel bad if you're having trouble getting these launched or whatever. And if you're not playing on hard mode like I am, then you really can't go wrong with doing a revert if you mess up. I just ate before the stream, as always. And eating food always makes me kind of coughy like that. Just interesting. I don't know what causes it. I'm sure there's a biological reason for it. But it can be a little bit of an issue when I'm trying to stream. Oh, no. Allow partial, extend antenna. Want to make sure that we have communications. Very important. And I think let's start burning a bit. And once we hit space, we'll want to extend out the solar panels. There we go. Let's extend them out. Extend them out. Drink some water while we do this. All right, time to start our, let's see. I thought I was gonna think of the word for it in the time it took me to start that. Our streamly day, it's not daily, it's only on days that I stream. So we'll call it the streamly discussion of the stream. And today's discussion is, or I guess the topics are going to be, the movie that I watched over the weekend. As you guys know, watch a movie every weekend with my wife. The delicious feast that I had for a belated St. Patrick's Day. And the incredible thing that happened at work today. So let's start with number one. I saw Turning Red over the weekend, and it was okay. I thought it was all right. Wasn't a masterpiece, didn't blow me out of the water. It wasn't laugh a minute. I think it was just a nice little movie, which Disney's been doing a lot of lately, I think. Uh-oh. Okay, so I'm seeing an issue here. And that is that we don't have any solar power, so we actually need to get this thing into orbit. Let's go ahead and do that now. And then where do we need to go here? We need to get into a lower orbit. Let's go ahead and plan that maneuver out. I want to say it's just going to be like this. Yeah, something like that. Okay, yep, that works. So we don't need to maneuver that. I can kind of figure it out. We've done a million of these trying to get back from Minmus. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend out the orbit quite a bit. And then at the apoapsis, I'm going to detach. Or I'm going to burn backwards so that the main thing is going to burn up in the atmosphere so we don't leave debris up here. And then switch over to the xenon engines to finish the burn when we get back down to periapsis. Now, obviously, I don't need to do that. I could just take the whole lower fuel section with me and then delete it, but I try to avoid doing that when I can. In this case, I can. So we're going to do it. All right. We do have... Yeah, we have the solar panels open. It's just there's no sun yet. There it is. So we should be good. All right, let's go ahead and time warp. Make sure that we're in the right spots. right around there is good. Go prograde. And go for the burn. Nice and easy. Even go full throttle here. The main thing we want to watch is we want to have about 100 meters per second, 100 to 200 meters per second left in the tank. We'll just be keeping an eye on this little number here. We also don't want to go too far out, so if we start seeing the mun, we'll stop. And I think I can probably stop right about there. Like I said, if we go too far, we get an intersect with the mun, which we're actually almost on track for. We'll be a little bit behind it when we get up there, but that's okay. We're not trying to land on the mun right now. And let's go ahead and time warp. Here we go. Time warp again. Like I said, we're going to get out here. We're going to turn around and go retrograde, which we should actually be about pointing retrograde anyway, just because of how rotation works. If you're burning prograde at periapsis, then you'll be facing retrograde because you're still pointing the same way. Just the difference is you're now on the other side of your orbit. All right, can warp a little bit more here. And so the main thing we want to look at is we want to get our periapsis down to around 20 kilometers. Then decouple, flip around, then decouple, and then go ahead and switch to the xenon engines. And that'll raise our periapsis as needed. All right, easy peasy. Let's keep an eye on our periapsis here. Get it down to about 20,000. Okay. Flip around. Ooh, kind of disorienting out here. All right. Then we're going to decouple, like so. And then we'll switch to the xenon engine. It's now on. And we're going to go full throttle until our periapsis is once again above 70. So we are outside the atmosphere. There we go. Perfect. Oh, I don't need to zoom out here. Need to switch to map and then zoom out and then time warp. So yes, all right. So turning red. Saw the movie, thought it was okay. Like I said, nice to see a movie about my generation. Am I right, millennials? I was also 13 in 2002 for part of the year. I was also living in Germany at the time, which is a fun little adventure in my life. You guys know I've lived all over the place. My dad was in the army. We actually I showed off some of the places where I lived on one of the streams that we did. I think it was when possibly an alien was on. And we looked at some places that I had lived at in the past on Google Earth, and that was a lot of fun. Little trip down memory lane. All right, let's continue time warping here. So you can see our debris is now going to be falling back to Kerbal. It'll burn up in the atmosphere. And our little satellite here will be able to continue without the big hefty fuel tank slowing it down. Of course, we'll also be running on xenon, which is like the lowest thrust to weight you can get. Except maybe monopropellant, one of the really tiny monoprop engines. But even that, I feel like, is pretty powerful since you need to be able to move these big ships. Oh wow, we're gonna be very close to this. And we'll be able to see it. Holy crap. Let's see if we can spot it with our eyes. There it is. Oh wow. 3 kilometers. I wasn't even trying. That was a pretty good rendezvous. All right, that's besides the point. It is time to go prograde and burn. Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and burn. I probably should have started this a little bit earlier. but better late than never, I suppose. And we can actually physics warp here. Feeling a little okay with that. We just want to make sure nothing crazy happens. I think the biggest issue would be like way overshooting. I think if we get too far, eventually... Okay, here we go. So we are now leaving. I'm gonna turn off the time warp here. And just watch our orbit here. Perfect. So once it gets low enough, I will go ahead and cut it off. I don't know what exactly we're intersecting. I guess Kerbal itself. But hopefully we can get this low enough. Okay, so right around there should be good. And we'll go ahead and mark that. Now, I haven't had any issues with the stock alarm clock as far as leaving a sphere of influence. It's only when entering a sphere of influence that we've run into problems. So hopefully this should work. And again, we need to keep an eye on the date. It's not even year 19 yet, so we're safe. So we're just going to go ahead and warp here. Take about 7 days. Get to the edge of the Kerbal system. And then once we're here, let's see. It'll take 205 days to get to Periapsis. That's about a half a year, I believe, in Kerbal time. All right, we're gonna cross the sphere of influence, or cross into solar orbit here. Looks good. Everything's looking fine. All right, zoom on out, and we will set. Okay, setting node to 0. That's perfect. We're gonna go ahead and set this. We'll say 10 minutes should be good. That'll give us plenty of time to lower our orbit. And then I guess we can just warp next because I've got no reason not to. I guess when we hit around day 400, we can stop and then check the missions again. See if anything easy came up for us to grab. Because as always, we're still going to get missions for like data around the month, data around Minmus. Even data around Eve or Duna, we could easily do. So taking those extra missions gets us more funds, and more funds gets us closer to our dream vessel. The launch to anywhere. It's got mining, it's got science, it's got... Oh. Okay. We have tourists, which we're definitely not going to do. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. Repair a satellite in orbit of Gilly. Send a Kerbal engineer and pack some repair kits. We need to repair a Communitron 16. That's good money, but we don't have a... We have nobody... Well, we do have an engineer in Gilly, but I don't think we have... Oh, hang on now. Maybe we do. All right, let's take a look. Let's head over to Gilly and see if it's got any of those repair kits on it. Because if it does, that could be a fun mission. So I believe Meg is here, and she does not have a pilot with her. Okay, so she does not have a repair kit, unfortunately. And double, unfortunately, she's kind of landed at the surface. Which I could see being a bit frustrating. Because this keeps happening. And I know that it's frustrating because we deal with it every time we come down here. So, like, the ship is landed, but then every time we load it, it kind of shoots up. It might have something to do with the springs. Maybe we could tone those down a bit so it's not bouncing itself up. But it's just going to drop down very gently. Gravity's very low. It's good. Okay, perfect. And yeah, so no repair kit, so we can't do that one. But it was worth a shot. And now I have some cookies to eat. Oh, they're hot. Oh boy. So we'll go ahead and give those a try. You guys will taste test. See how good they are. All right, back to the tracking center. It is time to warp. Let's go ahead and warp. And we will wait until, let's see. I guess, yeah, okay. So the year rolled over. Go check out the missions again. And here we are. Bring a newly discovered Class D asteroid into an orbit around Eve. I'm not even going to entertain that one. Doing anything around Eve is a disaster. Recover Dunson and Dunson's scrap from the surface of Duna. Holy cow. That does not pay nearly enough for the logistics involved in that. They need to really rethink some of these mission rewards. It's like, so you want me to go to Duna, pick up debris, bring it back to Kerbin with a Kerbal inside of it. I guess you can move the Kerbal. But still, that's like... That's so beyond my skill level in KSP. I just feel like I should be rewarded a little more. Alright, let's check again. Bring Tylo's Lightstone. We're not landing on Tylo, and we're definitely not recovering anybody from orbit of Eve. I feel like we're getting a little ripped off on these. But yeah, bring an entire asteroid into orbit, says Rilip. We'll give you $5. Get a Class C asteroid and land it on the surface of Kerbin. Yeah, not happening, guys. I appreciate the scientific, like, your eye towards advancing our knowledge. And hi, Rilip. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, we finished the mapping. Excellent. But I'm not going to take that mission. Give me something better. Give me data from surface of the Mun or something like that. Conduct seismic surveys of Kerbin near Scott's Awe. All right, see, this one we could do. I wouldn't mind just rescuing a Kerbal from the surface of Duna. That's not a big deal. Seismic survey, so that could be fun. Oh, for 40 grand? Yeah, that's not even... That's pointless. Where even is that? This would be a good job for a helicopter, I suppose, if you are that kind of player. If you're an urban venture type. Yeah, you could fly a helicopter over there. It's, well, I don't know if you'd have enough fuel for that, honestly. But yeah, then you gotta land it and do seismic stuff. That's not gonna happen. I guess you could airdrop a probe or something. But still, all these missions are just getting in the way of what we really want to be doing. Just eating these cookies. Yep. Lemony. Rilip says, I keep trying to make planes work for this kind of thing. It never works. It never does. I just don't bother with planes anymore. Like, okay, they're cool, but they're not practical. There's nothing that a plane can do that a rocket cannot do better. Well, in the game at least. I guess, yeah, and you can say, oh, you can do a space plane. Like, why would I want to do a space plane when I could just launch a rocket? You're just wasting your time that you could be spending launching more rockets on launching these silly space planes and trying to recover them. All right, let's go prograde here. Looking good. And we'll go at, oh no, we need to go retrograde. Oops. Good thing I noticed that before we started burning. And we just need to bring it down so that it matches this little red orbit line here. Oh, Chad, I wish I could share these delicious lemony cookies with you. They're so good. And I'm not a big lemon guy. Like, it's very... Yeah, I say that. I like lemonade. I don't mind lemon meringue pie. It's not my favorite pie. But it's not the worst pie either. Like key lime. Ugh. And I think my dislike of lemon comes from the raw lemon, which I imagine most people probably have the same feeling towards. You don't just eat a raw lemon. Rilip says, I figured planes would work better than rockets on Kerbin because it's so hard to fly through the atmosphere. But flying planes is equally hard, if not harder. Yeah, exactly. So you have to design them, fly them, and then it takes forever to get where you're going. Just launch an ICBM. You can get wherever you're going real fast. Early game, if I'm really, really strapped for money or cash or even science early game, I will build a maneuverable cruise missile that I can fly around and hit those science sites. Rilip says, my daughter used to eat raw lemons when she was little. It was weird, but she wouldn't get scurvy. It's true. I mean, as long as you don't have a deficiency of vitamin C, you won't get scurvy. Okay, so when I was in high school, for some reason, pirates just got super big. And it might have been the Johnny Depp Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I don't know. But all of a sudden, pirates were everywhere on the internet. And I seem to recall that there was a website. And I might be making this up. That, oh no, this is two separate things. First, there was a website that kind of compared the decline in piracy to the rise in something else. I don't remember what it was. The decline in actual piracy to the rise in internet piracy or something. And then the thing that I came up with as part of a school project was this idea that because McDonald's fries contain vitamin C, if you eat McDonald's fries, you will not get scurvy. Hey, Kitty Lynn has a deficiency of vitamin D. Not even a joke. Okay. that's I mean, that would be a good joke if it was a joke, but yeah, you definitely don't want to have a vitamin, any kind of deficiency. Lack of vitamin D can cause rickets, which is some kind of disease, I imagine. Or is it considered a disease when it's a thing that your body does when it has a deficiency of something? Like, is scurvy a disease? I guess that's not really a term. It's a pretty loose term. Like anything that causes you problems could be a disease. I guess it's not a virus in that sense, or like some kind of bacterial infection. All sorts of wild diseases from the age of sail were just vitamins are hard. Yeah, I feel like, especially with vitamin D, because that's the one where you need to get sunlight, or if you don't get enough sunlight, you kind of have a deficiency. It was considered a disease because they didn't know what caused it, but if they discovered vitamin Z deficiency today, they probably wouldn't call it a disease. Yeah. Because you want to, it's useful to classify things that are alike. I think, like, classifying the cold and the flu is useful together. But if you're like, what's a good one? Like chlamydia and scurvy, that's not helpful to compare, even if sailors get both. And hello, Vulcan Rider. Good timing. Welcome to the Kerbal stream. Any harmful deviation from the normal structure or functional state of an organism generally associated with certain signs and symptoms and differing in nature from physical injury. I guess it is technically a disease. Interesting. All right, well, I think we're in position, so we can probably get out of here. We should probably make sure we're getting power as well, because I just realized We were for a moment not getting power there. All right, let's go back. If it's weird, it's a disease. Well, disease is inherently a vague term, I think. Like, it's designed to be that way. Or when they invented the word, whatever, whoever came up with it, whatever the etymology is. They're like, what should we call it when blank happens? Like, oh, you know, you feel uneased, so it's a dis-ease. People would call diabetes a disease, even if you're not invaded by a hostile thing. That's true. It's like a chronic disease or chronic illness. Okay. So that one is done. And I guess we just need to go to day 169 now. But before we do that, we need to actually launch the probe. So let's go ahead and do that now. Ooh, Rilip got a raise. Way to go. Someday I will get a raise, and then I won't have to do this Twitch thing anymore. Go back to my day job. All right, for this we want not Gilly. Interplanetary ScanSat? Interplanetary relay is what we want. So let's do some tweaks to the design. Looks good. I'm realizing that does not look as good. All right, that looks much better. So we just kind of needed to lower this. All right, let's try to get it to like the perfect. Excellent. That looks good to me. Batteries are in place. Everything looks grand. And I actually think we're gonna swap these out. We're gonna take this off the top and we're just gonna add another fuel tank, because I was a little bit concerned that we weren't gonna make it on that mission to Moho. The heck, where'd it go? Wait a minute. Oh, what the heck? I clicked the wrong button. It changed it, so I didn't recognize it. There we go. That was unusual. Oh, wait, that actually does look pretty good. Okay, so that goes there. Then we just need to adjust the fairing. There we go. All right, that looks a little bit better. Oh, wait. Urban Venture's here. Oh my gosh. Hello, Urban Venture. Hello, all of you Urban Venture regulars and others. Welcome in. Into the chillest KSP stream I've done in a while. We did all the hard stuff that we needed to worry about. Now it's just a couple of probe missions. Waiting for transfer windows to come up. It's gonna be good. Urban in a stream. Urban shows up here all the time, actually. But you probably knew that already. Let's go ahead and launch this thing. Or as Urban always says, let's light this candle. Yes, let's light it. Why don't you fix your little problem and light this candle? I need something like that. Hang on, let me go through my soundboard real quick. So we've got Bill and Ted. What is this one? Alright, I knew that. Alright, we got that.
They ask you how you are, you just
okay,
have to say
that's
that you're
not gonna help.
When you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
And
no one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
ooh, I like that one. That one doesn't get a lot of use yet. I think when chat starts saying stuff, or when I start saying stuff that makes no sense, that'll get more use. That is kind of phallic, you're right. Although I don't know if maybe it's a little bit too straight. Needs a little bit of a curve to it. Or maybe some it's too round, maybe that's the problem. All right, it's probably time to launch here. You like the sad one, Rilip? Yeah, I have that on for when bad things happen, which surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, happens a lot around here. We're good to launch. Not the best thrust to weight ratio, but it should be okay. And then at the top, what have we got here?
I'm learning.
We've got I'm learning. That's the one. That's the good one. May I have as much luck as Valentina today? I haven't had any issues losing Kerbals. It's mainly just missions running into problems. That was weird. Some noise outside. Mainly it's been missions running out of Delta V and having to kind of divert course is the biggest thing that's happened. And Emmykins is here mentioning that the band Red Velvet, a K-pop group, released a new album today, and I heard one song on it, thought it was pretty good. But okay, so I know that I say I don't listen to music, right? But I don't hate music. I think people think that because I don't listen to music that I hate music, and that's not the case at all. I just don't often find myself in a position where listening to music is preferable to doing something else. Philip says running out of Delta V is kind of the quintessential KSP problem. Yeah, you know what? It really is. Which is why I prefer to use the Kraken drive for all my Delta V needs, because it is infinite. And Urban, you're mentioning Jeb. That was a different situation. I was distracted by the idea of erotic Kerbal fan fiction, and Jeb paid the price ultimately. So, oh, speaking of erotic Kerbal fan fiction, Urban's gonna be on the stream tomorrow. So if you guys like me and you like Urban, or the ideal situation is you like both of us, you'll show up for that. It's gonna be great. Wow, we still have Delta V in the main stage. That's pretty cool. That is, that's nice. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Then we're gonna switch to the upper stage, which is the Wolfhound, of course. Has just enough thrust to weight to actually push us here. Although I'm seeing now that it's not ideal, so let's push up a little bit more. And this thing is just designed mostly to get us into orbit, but I can see now that I have bungled the launch once again. Bungled it. Bungled it. Weird time to join. It's always a weird time to join around here. And hello, Tars the Great. Thanks for stopping in for some Kerbals tonight. The thing is, you have to understand about the stream. And I know every streamer is gonna say this, right? It's like, oh, I'm quirky and interesting and unique. So I'm not gonna say that. I'm just like every other streamer. At the end of the day, you choose where to spend your entertainment time. If you want to spend it here, that's great. If you want to spend it watching Limmy, or who are some other big streamers, or PewDiePie, go for it. I play a lot of different games. I guess there's some connection, right? We've kind of got the science fiction, the space theme. But I don't stick to just one game typically. And I realize that turns some people off. Vulcan Rider says, I'm boring, which is why I don't stream. And also, I'm unique, just like everyone else. Exactly. Audio desynced or just you? It's probably desynced. My camera it's a little weird. Which is why I know people like the webcam, but I feel like it causes more problems than it solves at the end of the day. Star puts his kitty phones on one ear at a time. That's right. Start with the left and then you put on the right. Also, Urban, if you're an audio guy, so if you know what the heck I need to do to fix the audio desync, I'm sure you've told me before. But I think we talked about it. Because I'm using my phone, there's no way to really mess with the settings, so I need to get a real camera. All right, well, Emmykins put up the clip. Hello, puppy. It's variable FPS on iPhone. Yeah, okay. So basically it's the most useless camera ever because it doesn't sync with the audio. It's like the main thing that you want a camera to do. I could use the onboard mic on the camera, but that's even worse. Rillip, you like the clip? Yeah. Seems to be a pretty popular one. I can't imagine why. Wait, where the heck's the sun? Oh, it's directly above us. Like, why are the solar panels just spinning around? All right, let's not have a repeat of missing our window here to get into a circularized orbit. Yeah, the mic on the iPhone is, I mean, it's not a bad mic. It's on the iPhone. It's just, it's way over there where the camera is. And I've got this very expensive microphone that I spent a lot of money on. I'd much rather use this one. The only problem with this mic is it's probably a little bit too powerful. Like, it picks up everything. I had to put a lot of filters on it to get it to work. I think it's like this type of microphone is designed for sound booths, like for actual recording audio people. And I'm using it in a noisy old house where everything rattles and then the AC comes on. There's probably all kinds of background noise, people moving around. You're kind of digging the desync. It's gotten far enough away that it's like watching a foreign film. But anyway, all right, let's keep burning here. Let's get out of, make sure we're out of the atmosphere. It's probably a good idea. You guys are distracting me again. I was doing so well and then chat showed up. Now it's popping off in there. I actually, okay, so speaking of foreign films, I mentioned this last week, but I watched Parasite last weekend. So this weekend I watched Turning Red. Last weekend we watched Parasite. It's a very, it's kind of like tonal whiplash. I get we didn't watch them back to back, obviously, but going from watching like a horror thriller to watching a happy, fun Disney movie, very different tones. Okay, so this is now in orbit. Let's make sure it's got everything it needs. It's got power. It's got science on it. Perfect. And our transfer window is at day
69, dude.
Oh, sorry, day 169. Sorry. So let's head back for the next 50-ish days, I guess. Or I guess we could stay up here. We'll just focus on Kerbal while we speed up time. So 15. So what do you guys want to talk about tonight? I guess I did say at the beginning of the stream I had 3 things I wanted to talk about. Talked about Turning Red. Shoot, what was the other one? Now I forgot. Does anybody have a clip? Do I have... Oh, do I... Yeah, I have this satellite in a high polar orbit. What do I have? It's just a... There's a mission to send a satellite up here. So it's just a little probe with a temperature sensor on it. It's not anything good. I wanted to talk... Okay, yes, I did want to talk about something from work. That was... Oh, I wanted to talk about my St. Patrick's Day feast that I had for dinner today. So my wife, as you guys all know, she's a fantastic cook. And every St. Patrick's Day, she makes corned beef and cabbage. And it is It is magical. It's so good. It's so good that I can't even eat all of it. That's how good it is. But I want to stuff my face. And I learned pretty recently that corned beef and cabbage is not like a traditional Irish dish. It was actually invented in America by Irish immigrants who I guess saw, like, I think it comes from like Jewish cuisine, maybe? Like New York melting pot type stuff. All right, 139. Arch the Great is curious about turning red, but you've kind of lost confidence in Pixar. Yeah, that's fair. It's like, it's fine. It's not their best movie. It's not their worst movie. It's just a movie. I feel like, honestly, you could probably get the same experience from watching like a really detailed review, but I'm biased because I love watching movie reviews. And Vulcan Rider is saying, like General Tso's chicken. Yes. So basically all Chinese food in America is invented. Like, it's loosely based on actual Chinese food. But ultimately it's a very American interpretation of Chinese food. So Rilip here has some good info about corned beef and cabbage. They say it was a traditional dish but fell out of favor for pork, then went back to beef because of Jewish influence in Italian neighborhoods. There we go. Yeah, exactly. So part of what I said, part of what Rilip says. Yeah, who the hell is General Tso? That's a good question. Just some guy I made up to sell chicken. All right. I think it's about time we do our maneuver. So this is going to Dres, and I have the maneuver written down that we need to do. And since we are going further out, we want to start around here. Wait, no, I don't want to target. Hold on. I want to make a maneuver. So let's zoom way out. Oh, geez, Dres is way the heck out here. All right, I was not expecting that, but okay. Okay. So we need to go 1,590 prograde and negative 727 normal. And then from there, we just need to tweak it until we are on a collision course. So let's do that. There it is. I see ya. You can't hide from me. Okay, yep. Lower. Nope, higher. Tweak it a little bit more. This is gonna be a tough one. Dres is at a bit of a weird inclination, huh? Just now noticing that. There we go. All right, that's perfect. Oh yeah, that's way the heck weird. That's worse than Eve by like a lot. All right, well, it doesn't matter because we are on a course here. We want to be coming from this side. Rilip says General Tso outranks Colonel Sanders, so obviously Chinese food is greater than fried chicken. Okay. I mean, KFC in the US really sucks, so that's not hard to imagine. But I feel like fried chicken, when done right, is way better than just like a standard General Tso's. 1750 Delta V. I mean, this is the cheapest we can get there, so I'm not going to be too upset about it. We've got more than enough to do that. All right, so this is going to be a burn time of 1 minute 36 seconds. So let's mentally prepare ourselves. Okay. My body is ready for this. Let's go. This is actually probably one of the easiest maneuvers we've done in a while. I'm not going to complain too much. So yeah, if you live outside the US and you've gone to a Kentucky Fried Chicken, this will be a fun topic of conversation, and you thought it was good, then you should be aware that in the US, KFC is gross and people don't eat there unless you have to, or you're like really weird. Kitty Lynn says, I've gone to KFC in Japan. Well, lucky you. Yeah, KFC outside the US tends to be a lot more less bad. It's like KFC in the US, like most fast food restaurants, is kind of dirty. The food's not very good. The employees resent you and resent working there. Okay, Kitty Lynn says that they do not have it where they live, which is probably for the best. You probably have much better food. Rilip wants to go to McDonald's. You want to go to McDonald's in India. All their veggie options look delicious. Ooh. Yeah, you know what? When I was in the army and we got MREs, I actually really preferred the veggie burger MRE over the actual cheeseburger MRE. I don't think that has anything to do with like the quality of the veggie burger, more so that trying to package meat for long-term storage is not the best idea. I just remember you'd open up the pack with the patty and it was just full of meat juice, and if you would like try to slurp it out onto like a piece of bread, and like all the beef juice would just come pouring out and make a mess. It was so gross. Kitty Lynn has a nice fried chicken place locally. That's awesome. Like, fried chicken can be very, very good. It's just, you know, I don't know that I would trust a place that is fast food for fried chicken. Or at least I wouldn't expect it to be very good. There's a fried chicken place near where I live. I've never been there, but people swear by it. And I'm sure it's great, but it's kind of out of the way. Vulcan Rider wants to know if I ever had the ham and eggs. I don't think so. Our breakfast options were a veggie omelet, the maple sausage, and that might have been it. But I know they've changed the menu over the years, so. One of the best ones was the chili mac. People like would fight over those. I would eat the veggie burger. Like, most people probably wouldn't like it, but it was pretty good to me. And it might have been the sauce, because it was in like a barbecue sauce, which was really good. I'm trying to think of the other ones that I really liked. I mean, I liked all the MREs except the veggie omelet, which was blech. Man, I miss MREs. They're so good. But they're also very calorie dense. So you can't just eat them like for fun. You have to actually be exerting yourself. Which is unfortunate because I work in an office. I'm not exactly out there busting my butt for 9 hours a day. Which is good. I don't want to do that, but okay, now we have a bit of a problem. We may have gone too far in a few places. Oh, we don't even have an intersect now. What the heck? All right, that's fine. We'll fix that after we get out of this solar system here. So if anybody else, if anyone in chat has had MREs, I assume Vulcan Rider, you've had MREs. But if anybody else has ever had like an MRE, like maybe they had a parent or friend that was in the military, feel free to chime in with your experience. I personally love them. But I also like Spam, so maybe I'm not the best judge of what is good food. Rilip says, I don't want to burn that many calories, but I want to eat like I burn that many calories. That's exactly, yeah, that's me. So today I was at work, and this happens a lot. So I eat breakfast in the morning, then I get to work and I have like a snack, and then I eat lunch, and then I have another snack, and then I realize like got 5 hours left of work before dinner. And that happens pretty much every day. Ooh. Kitty Lynn had a pasta MRE once. Targe the Great is joining the military. Okay, that's cool. Which branch? If your answer is not Navy, you're in for a sad time. The Navy is the best because they do the least. Every Navy guy that I ever met was super chill. Oh, okay, we're getting something here. Okay, that's the wrong way, it looks like. That is also the wrong way. All right, so this is gonna require a little more finesse, I think. So, what happens if we do this? Nothing. Okay, so what if we do this? What if we do this? Okay. The important thing is we're getting closer. So now we just need to tweak it so we're going in the right direction. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. My mother swears that the Air Force MREs were way worse than Navy rations, but you've never tried either. I think they're all pretty standardized now. Like all the MREs are the same for everybody. Vulcan Rider can't eat any MRE with tomato sauce. All right. Oh, Targe the Great's joining the Navy. Excellent choice. I remember once they were doing Duck Duck Goose for PT. And I was like, oh, so we have to do like push-ups and burpees and stuff, and they just get to play Duck Duck Goose. Yeah, that's real nice. Thanks, Army. Oh, okay, now we have a problem. So as you can see, we're having trouble thinking up what we need to do here. So we may need to slow down a bit. All right, that's actually working now. Perfect. Vulcan Rider had a bad experience involving alcohol and tomato sauce. So what, you can't drink like a Bloody Mary? Is that what you're telling me? You can't mix alcohol and tomatoes? Or is it specifically the tomato sauce MREs? Okay, we're getting closer. Here we go. This is a lot of clicking. Oh, okay, I think we may have hit the limit on this. Now we will switch to Drez. Oh, we're already there. Now it's just a matter of lining this up in the way that we want. There we go. That's what I like to see. We're gonna need to be extra careful with our burn here, so we don't mess it up. Because yeah, we want to get as close to Drez as possible without either A, crashing into it. Oh shoot, this is going to be a disaster. Okay, there we go. All right, all right. Okay, I can live with that. So the node is in 201 days, which means our next launch is to Elu. So let's go ahead and get that thing loaded up, and then we'll swing back here and finish this up. The puppy says, I personally love the beef stew. Wait, okay, so you have two names in your username, Puppy and Luke. Do you prefer to go by Puppy or Luke? In my case, I prefer to go by Star over Shark, but I'll accept both. But you would put basically everything in the bag. Exactly. So with MREs, your best bet most of the time is just going to be to mix everything together, depending on what the specific MRE is. I am Luke, the puppy, so either works. Get warm fuzzies when people call me Puppy or Pup. All right. We have Puppy Luke and Kitty Lynn. No fighting in the chat, guys. All right. Wait, why did I go to R&D? We're done. That's been done. We need to go here to make the ELU launcher. Oh boy. All right. As long as you guys are getting along, that's all right. Oh, and Puppy says, I won't touch the cheese omelet MRE. Yeah, those were the real bad ones. There was always an issue with those. Okay, so for this, we're just gonna stick a RTG on the side. Why am I... There it is. I'm like, why am I not seeing this? Yep, that looks perfectly normal. Probably. I feel like it should be on the end of like a pole. But the smallest poles that we have are like gigantic. I guess it will just not be. Well, hang on. So we have the beams. How would that work? That's not too bad. Let's try that. So we'll grab the Pocket Edition. Like, it's gonna look kind of silly. Yeah, that's gonna look super silly. Do we have anything else we could use? Man, the structural options are really limited. Okay, we won't worry about it then. We'll just stick it on there. Not gonna hurt anything. Probably. We actually don't need batteries then. In which case, let's plop it down here. Alrighty. And I've actually noticed that, hang on, there's some wobble that happens. I'm gonna go ahead and put a strut right there. Perfect. And then Rilip says, Elu sounds like the made-up name they would give an evil god in Ghostbusters. Like Gozer the Gozerian. But Elu is, I think it's more like igloo because it's ice. Just so that's kind of where it comes from. Okay, let's make sure there's no collision there. There is not. That's good. All right, so we've got that. We've got power. We should save this as interplanetary relay G or RTG. Make sure the other one didn't get saved over. That would be a disaster. It did not. Excellent. All right, strut it up. Save that. Are you, oh, Kitty Lynn, is that directed at me for TV dinners? I used to eat TV dinners all the time as a kid. And if my wife was not an excellent cook, we'd probably eat them today as an adult. But luckily she's an excellent cook, so I get to eat good food instead of like kids cuisine or something. I also used to eat a lot of Lunchables, but those were really good. Any favorite TV dinners? Ooh, okay, let me think. I mean, Salisbury steak is a pretty classic one. Like I said, as a kid, I would beg to get the kids cuisine TV dinners. That's the one with the little penguin. His name is Kid Cuisine. And looking at them now, they're so small. But it honestly, in the US, a kid size serving of something is probably an appropriate serving size in any other country. So that might just be my American brain talking. Yeah, I think either Salisbury steak or like a pot pie are probably my favorite frozen dinner type things. And yeah, the kids' cuisine always had a brownie or like pudding, some delicious treat to go with it. Hey, Platforming Pangolin has come to lurk. Thank you. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Unfortunately, it's Monday, so it's not really like a day where you can say it's a good day. Unless you have Monday off, I guess. Another frozen thing that I ate a lot as a kid was microwave burritos. Ate a lot of microwave burritos. Let's see what else. Me and my sister would fry up Spam and rice. That was a really good kind of, mom's not home, we gotta make dinner. All right, I guess we'll fry up some Spam and make some rice. England's got Monday off. Oh, lucky you. At this point, I probably have enough days that I could take 1 or 2 Mondays off a month and still have days left over. All right, this is a pretty decent launch. I'm like half paying attention because I'm watching chat. Urban Venture says it's the end of Monday, so at least I made it through. It's true, I made it through, but it just means more to follow for the rest of the week. I got 1 good day of sleep last week, and that was Saturday morning. And even then I woke up and streamed on Saturday morning. Also, great news, fun news, everybody. Over the weekend, we did it. We hit 150 followers, which means I am now legally obligated to make the Star Chad emote during an art stream. So that is currently scheduled for this Saturday. I'll be doing art and making the new Star Chad emote. If you don't know what that is, imagine handsome Squidward, but it's my little crystal fella. And that's basically what it's gonna look like. So, you know, oh no, he's hot, that kind of thing. Man, that's such a good episode of SpongeBob too. Oh look, Urban Venture is sarcastically congratulating me. Dude's got like a million subscribers. I also am currently talking with an actual artist to update the old emotes. As you guys know, I got those emotes pretty quick. Like I went on Fiverr and was like, hey, I need emotes. Can you make emotes? And the person was like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. So I got some kind of okay emotes, but now I'm going to get them updated and they're going to be much better. Kittylin says 1 billion subscribers. Yes, exactly. And he's British too, so it makes sense. I don't know how it makes sense, but it does in my head. Okay. Now we can switch. Just kind of hold position, ditch the fairing. Perfect. Amikin says he has 1 million subscribers and was still snubbed by the Streamer Awards. You know what? A lot of people were snubbed by the Streamer Awards. I'm not sure what their criteria is, but yeah. It's so the interesting thing, if you guys didn't know, the Streamer Awards happened not last week, but I think the week before. And Twitch didn't do anything about it. It wasn't on the front page. I don't know if they advertised it at all. And the reason is because the Streamer Awards was sponsored by Fansly, which if you don't know is a competitor to OnlyFans. So Twitch didn't want to be associated with that kind of content, I guess. So basically even Twitch snubbed the Streamer Awards. This was a bad launch, but whatever, we're in space now, so it's not a huge deal. As long as we end up with a little bit of extra Delta V. Kitty Lynn says, I've heard OnlyFans has done some shady shit. Yeah, I don't know if they've done anything shady specifically. The biggest scandal that they had was that they were going to get rid of all the adult content on the site, and people like freaked out. But if they've been doing additional shady shit, I don't know anything about it. But I think people are starting to take notice of the whole OnlyFans thing, and now that's how we end up with competition. I'll start my own OnlyFans site with blackjack and hookers. Oh wait, OnlyFans has that. I guess more blackjack and more hookers. And of course, you know, Twitch has their whole hot tub titty streamer thing that happens. But they're trying to keep it wholesome for the most part, like as a brand, I guess. But of course, if people are bringing in the big bucks by playing Just Dance in lingerie, then so be it. Twitch is gonna look the other way in that case. Urban Venture, I think you're looking at the wrong stuff. I bet the professional quality stuff is probably well lit. But if it's just some random person, you can bet it's just a picture on their iPhone that they took in the bathroom in the mirror. Not that I would know, of course. Would never visit that kind of site or pay $40 a month to various. Actually, $40 a month is like one person. My friend says he makes money on there by posting pictures of his feet, but I don't believe him. I'm sure it's possible, though. Uh-oh. Yeah. Nobody needs to know about Emmykin's side hustle. All right, let's get up to 80K here. Nice circular orbit. And there we go. I think there was some big streamer or big YouTuber whose wife or girlfriend was doing OnlyFans. And he got harassed about it. Kitty Lynn says, I found it. Okay. If you find it, let me know, because I'm not seeing a dime of that. And I'd like a little bit of evidence that there's money being made. Okay, this one's going to Elu. So, oh wait, no, this isn't till day 2. Is this a 7 or a 9? Okay, it looks like a 7. We're gonna go with a 7. So day 257 is when we launch. So let's head back over. Hang on. There it is. Let's head over to the interplanetary relay. OnlyFans has been accused of conspiring to blacklist the social media accounts of adult performers working for rival websites. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, they're kind of like, they're doing the pimp thing. Like, oh, you don't want to work here? Well, you don't get to work anywhere then. Okay, this is day 170. So at day 257, that's when we switch. Gotcha. Vulcan Rider says, I hate social media in general. Yeah, I'm kind of over it. Back in the old days, like 20 years ago, when everything was kind of broken up, like every website had their own forum or things like that, or you had to go into AOL chat rooms or MSN Messenger or whatever. Yeah, the internet was a lot smaller back then, so you kind of knew who you were interacting with. Now it's just like shouting at a sea of people, all shouting at each other as well. So to me, the streamlining, the dumbing down of the internet so that basically anybody can use it has been a detriment for the most part. I'm sure there's still places you could go that are a little more walled garden-y, but I don't know where they are because they probably wouldn't let me in. All right, day 257 is what we want here. So I remember as a kid, well, teenager, whatever, still a kid, I would visit a whole lot of different forums for different things. And it was nice because you got to know everybody, kind of could recognize people by their avatar. It's kind of like this, right? Like I recognize your guys' name, or if I see somebody new, I recognize you as a new person. You guys know me, and everybody just kind of gets along for the most part. But if you go on like Twitter, there's millions of people on there. I don't know who these people are. Like, sure, you can follow your favorite people, but then they have their own people they follow, and for some reason that shows up on my front screen or whatever it's called, the dashboard. It's like I don't need to see what other people that I like. I want to see the people that I like, you know? Kitty Lynn says, the filthy peasants ruined our internet. I think emulating what I am saying rather than seriously saying that. I don't know, like, I don't want to be the guy who's a gatekeeper of the internet. Like, sure, the internet should be open to everyone, but maybe, I don't know, you have to take a test or something. Like, can you read? Can you use grammar? Are you generally a pretty nice person? Are you a troll? Check yes or no. Or at least if you're a troll, like maybe stick to your own corner of the internet, go hang out on 4chan or something. That's fine. Those people can do whatever they want over there. But don't mess up the rest of the internet for all of us. Who's this Pokemon? What are you talking about? You mean Kappa? Oh, jeez, now I'm horribly confused. All right. Oh, test. I gotcha. This is what I do. I say something and then I immediately forget it and then somebody responds to it and I just am completely lost. It's streamitis, guys. I swear it's real. Yeah. If you cannot tell me the name of this Pokemon, you don't get to use the internet today. It'd be like a CAPTCHA. Okay, we're not doing tourist. I almost said terrorist. We're not doing terrorist. Test an LV-909 Terrier liquid fuel engine orbiting the sun. How about no? What is this emote? Shendi. Shenrer. Okay. So that's Jet Memorial Station. Interplanetary Relay G, that's the one we want. This is the one that's going to take us there. Vulcan Rider says, trying to keep old people off the internet. Remember, we invented the damn thing. Yeah, well, the people who invented the internet are smarter than any of us, so they should be allowed to use it. Kitty Lynn says, I like the Shen emotes. They look quite they do look quite kitty-like. It's true. I am actually planning to get an animated emote with a kitty on it, so look forward to that one. I just need to find someone who does animated emotes for a reasonable price. So if you know anybody who does animated emotes, let me know. Yeah, I do not support terrorism in space or terrorists in space. Tourism is fine, I guess. Tourism? Yes. Terrorism? No. Alright, we're going out, right? So the maneuver is gonna be... Geez, I keep trying to zoom in on comets for some reason. Animation, how does it work? Nobody knows. Well, you see, animation is just the same drawing over and over, but slightly different each time. It gives the illusion of motion. That's what animation means, class. It means life. All right, let's see what we got here. So we need to go 2054 prograde. And, oh geez, my handwriting is so bad. Negative 152 normal? Is that right? And then, yep, that looks, oh, we could get a jewel encounter if we wanted. That'd be kind of fun. That is target. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Looks a little bit sus. Uh-oh. Ah, we got something. Oh, look at that. Chat, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We had it. Okay. So in like 500 years, when this eventually gets out here, we'll be good to go. Kitty Lynn says, I watched an animation drawing video and they were animated at 30 FPS, 30 frames per second. That's 30 drawings. I think there's a lot of programs that kind of simplify it these days. So you don't physically have to draw 30 frames unless you really want to. Like for the most part, you're going to draw one thing and then manipulate it in some kind of program to get most of it. Oop. Okay, so this is going to drop down. There we go. Yep. Oh, nope, don't do that. Don't set that on fire. All right, I think we might have to do a mid-course correction here, but we have the basic gist of it. And the burn is in 2 days, which is... Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Okay, no. Yeah, the sphere of influence change is done. We'll get rid of that. I was going to say, like, why is my maneuver passed? It makes sense. And yeah, animation it's a crazy amount of work. Which is why it sucks that people who do animation as a living are so generally poorly paid. It's like you farm that stuff out nowadays. Urban, you're kind of like an animator, right? You have to change every frame to do what you want it to do. Nah, it's not really comparable at all. For those of you who don't know, Urban Venture is a film video editor person. You may be familiar with his work, such as the hit film Seat 25, available now on Amazon. Which is why he's such a big Twitch streamer now. Oh, do you do VFX? I think we might have talked about this. VFX is one of those things where it really is artistry. Like, it's not just, okay, so we gotta do, you know, we put the explosion in here and then yada yada. Like, okay, we need a couple of blood squib effects here. No. You have to really kind of know the craft. Vulcan Rider says, in our creative writing class in Caveman School, we had to draw animation on film stock. Wait a minute. How is that creative writing? Kitty Lynn says, I just put in green screen explosion that I got from a stock website and call it a day. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's true. The physics part of it. You got to know about how shadows work if you're like painting stuff out or adding stuff in. You got to know how light reflects off of different surfaces. It's ridiculous. Just give me some good practical effects. It's probably easier at this point. You also made a film in your creative writing class. That's awesome. I think I told you guys about the time that I made a film in 6th grade. We had to do a project, like a creative project. And I was like, you know what? I have this video camera and I have friends. Let's just go shoot a movie, like a short, I guess it wasn't like a movie. It was like maybe 5 minutes of stuff that we filmed. It was called the Blair Cigar Project. It was for Dare. And it was, I guess, about the dangers of smoking, but there wasn't really a coherent idea behind it. I just wanted to make a ripoff of the Blair Witch Project. Anyway, so we had one of my friends dress in a Halloween costume, and then he chased my other friends around the desert. And then that was it. That was the whole thing. Urban Venture says, I kind of miss those days as a kid. What, just like shooting nonsense with your friends? You could still do it. Not everything has to be like productive. I had friends. I mean, yeah, I did. You may find it hard to believe, Emmykins, but I was able to make friends in middle school. Or I guess 6th grade's still elementary school, but you know what I mean. All right, it's almost time to begin the process of burning. Yeah, Emmykins is here specifically to heckle me. That's what I pay her for. That way you guys feel bad for me. All right, I think we can burn now. So we're gonna be way out here, which is why I brought the RTG, because we're not gonna have solar power out here. In fact, I don't know if our RTG is gonna generate enough power to actually use the xenon tanks or the Xenon engine at full blast. So we'll have to be extra careful. Yeah, so that's the deal, right? So she makes me delicious food, so I say she can heckle me. Or, I don't know, she gets to spend all my money, and then in exchange she must make delicious food and heckle me during my stream. You can spin it however you like, whatever works best for your headcanon. We're burning. It's gonna take 4 years to get out here, guys. 4 years. I'm glad we're not sending a Kerbal. I think we have one pilot back at base right now. So we're gonna need to start either recruiting more Kerbals or considering automating some of our older vessels. Just sending out a probe core and slapping it on there. Yeah, so Urban Venture makes a great point. Every streamer has that one mod, which is something that Gandalf Lundgren has said. In your chat, Gandalf Lundgren is that mod. And in his chat, are you that mod, or does he? I think he has some other mods too that probably fulfill that role. All right, we need to be extra careful here, because even the tiniest bit of Delta V could throw us in the wrong way. Okay, well, maybe not that tiny. Slow it down just a bit. Ooh, Beetle Rock. He has many mods. All seem to fit that. They all... He has a lot of one mods. Yeah, I feel like for the most part, like smaller streams like this don't need a lot of mods. I tend to be able to moderate the chat, which honestly just involves getting rid of the bots. Like I haven't had to ban anyone or anything like that. Okay. Wait a minute. Do I have an intersect or no? Because it does not look like it. But the game seems to think that I do. What do I have an intersect with something? Oh god. Okay, well we'll have to do a mid-course correction, I guess. I guess we'll do it out here between Drez and Jewel. That's not right. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, so blue to orange. Oh, I see. Okay, there's a bit of a weird overlap here. And let's go to the edge of Kerbin space and then we'll try to adjust from there. So Urban, how you have Gandalf as a mod, and I think you have some other ones. Do you feel like they have a lot of work to do? Because you have a much more active chat than I do. Like I imagine behind the scenes, they're just banning people left and right, giving times out. Nemikins makes a great point. She's the only mod. She has to be every type of mod. She has to be supportive. She has to be ban happy. She has to heckle me. It's great. It works out. All right. So yeah, I see. Oh, I see the problem. You seem to have a, we had a weird intersect with Kerbin there. All right. So we're going to make a maneuver now. And then we need to tweak it. We find the sweet spot. Oh, okay. We're getting there. There it is. So we are going to adjust. What? No, not no target. Yes, target. Thank you. All right. So here we are. Closest approach. No. Closest approach. Yes. 459. There we go. Urban says we've had no bans. Yeah, I feel like either if people are going to show up to watch KSP, they're probably not the kind of people you need to ban. And if they don't stick around, you don't also need to ban them because they don't stick around. I think you read these horror stories, right? Like, oh my gosh, this guy keeps coming in here and hitting on me. What do I do? And it's like, ban him. I guess we don't have to worry about that as guys for the most part. Uh-oh. All right. Drop it down. Like, oh, this guy keeps coming into my chat and being creepy. No, we haven't had that. Maybe someday. Someday I'll be lucky enough to have like a weird obsessive stalker viewer that I have to ban. But until that day, I like to think we're all pretty mature here, or at least can pretend for a few hours. Okay, so this is our, this appears to be our thing here. We need to scooch it over to the other side of the planet and then drop it down. Perfect. Tweak it just a little more. Go this way. So we're going to be coming screaming in here. Luckily, we've got the Wolfhound engine, so that should be just fine. Let's get nice and close. Right there. Look at that. 49 kilometers. That's what you want to see. Okay, that part is done. Back to the Space Center. And now we can do the other one. So I think that's everything I wanted to talk about. We talked about turning red. We talked about the corned beef and cabbage feast, the St. Patrick's Day feast. And then we talked about my thing at work which was very brief, just like in passing. I mentioned that I often find myself really hungry at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All right. Have a Sentinel infrared telescope. Achieve orbit around the sun. Okay, we'll take that one. That's basically free money. So all we need to do is keep an eye on these ones. So this one has a maneuver coming up in 112 days. This one has one coming up in a year and 139 days. And the other thing we need to look out for is our Joule transfer window is coming up at year 20, day 358. So we don't want to go past that. There we go. I think I need a new desk. I need a new desk that can fit 2 monitors and has a better place to put my mic arm. Because this one has like a lip on the edge and the arm clamps on. So the lip kind of messes with that. Okay. Oop. Okay. So now we just need to time warp to our maneuver. So let's time warp. All right, 1 out of 3. No, these will just happen in the background. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Main goal is to keep an eye on this. So 30 days, 20 days, 10 days. And let's slow it back down. So has anybody else, I guess if you haven't seen Turning Red, or if you have, we can talk about that. But if you've seen any other movies that came out recently, because I am just not following movies this year. There's a handful that I will probably see. I'll probably see the new Doctor Strange and the new Thor. But aside from that, the next Dune doesn't come out for like 5 years or whatever. But that'll be a fun one to catch. Maybe I can go see it in IMAX. Ooh. I've actually never, that I can remember at least, been to an IMAX theater. So whenever people talk about them, I'm just like, oh yeah, I go to the theater too. But I guess it's not the same. Like they have some kind of fancy screen and surround sound and stuff like that. But like I always say, I'm not a cinephile. These things aren't super important to me. The audio, the visual, it doesn't matter. I care more about the plot of the movie. All right. We are pointing in the correct direction. Let's just go ahead and burn here. Oh, wow, that's very slow. So all we need is the line to get on here. And then we'll know that we have our intersect, and then it's just a matter of tweaking from there. Oh, there's the line. That's what I like to see. Oop, perfect. I'm okay with this. It's not super far out. Like, Elu's not a big planet, but once we're inside the sphere of influence, we can tweak it from there. All right, now this time we're gonna give the game one more chance. Oh, this is Drez. Okay. For some reason I thought this was Elu, but it is not. 241 days, huh? We'll just make a maneuver node here and just make a alarm clock. Yep. Perfect, game. You're doing great. And now back to the Space Center. So we're a little over halfway done with the stream for tonight. And now we'll hopefully get to launching that jewel resupply mission. That's a big, kind of a big thing that I'd like to get done tonight. But at least we got these other ones launched, which is good. So there is a maneuver coming up. 228 days. And we're not in year 20 yet, but it is. Okay, year 20, day 38 is actually coming up pretty quick. I think that'll happen before either of these do. Let's go ahead and time warp again. And we'll see how it goes. Oh, I forgot I got these cookies. Dang it, now they're cold. Yeah, they're still good. Just letting the time warp. All right, so let's see. What can we talk about tonight? Looks like nobody's interested in movies, which is good because I have nothing to say about them. New games coming out this year. We talked about this last Wednesday. I kind of went through the big list of games that are releasing this year. Nothing on there aside from KSP2 really stood out to me. I'm not interested in big AAA games these days. Basically everything that I play is independent. KSP2, KSP, which has now been acquired by Take-Two, are the exception, of course. I guess there's the Paradox games, like Stellaris is from Paradox, and they're, I think people would call them a AA studio. Like, it's not quite AAA, it's not Activision, it's not Microsoft, it's not Sony, not the big boys, right? But they're bigger than an independent studio. Like, they're a studio, so they're not independent, whatever that even means for video games. And I like those games. Those are fun. Crusader Kings 2, or Crusader Kings 3 and 2, but Crusader Kings 3 is the more recent one. Victoria 3, I guess, is going to be coming out eventually, which, if you've not played Victoria or Victoria 2, it's definitely worth it if you like that Paradox Grand strategy type game. It's a very different era because it takes place basically between the end of the medieval period, or the end of the Napoleonic era, I guess, like from the 1800s to the 1900s. So like, I want to say it takes place from 1821 to 1930 something. And it basically covers the length of time between when Europa Universalis ends and Hearts of Iron begins. And it's a very different time, right? So we're not quite into the World War II mechanized warfare era, but we're out of the Napoleonic Wars. Now you've got rifles, you don't quite have machine guns yet, but it's like you have accurate rifles, but you're not quite to the tanks and the machine guns and the weapons of mass destruction of the First World War. Although you can kind of unlock them later in the game. All right, it's time to do the transfer. Are you guys ready? We're going to Jewel. Got it loaded up with fuel. That's this one, interplanetary fuel delivery drone. What the heck is this one? Did I launch one and then forget to send it somewhere? No, this one's going to Jewel as well. That's right. I'm like, did I put one up in orbit and then forget to send it to the right place? But I think this one's going to Jewel. I should probably name these. Okay, so this is Jewel Relay. We'll name that. Rename. Jewel Relay. Let's go ahead and get a transfer burn ready to go here. So right around here. And this is going to be a one-way trip, of course. 1909 prograde and 289 normal. Set the target as Jewel. And we will adjust as needed. Beautiful. Look at that. So now, just need to make it a little more here. And then make sure it is, Again, I think this is the job of a mid-course correction, or we could just have a really high up relay. That might actually be better. I'd be fine with that. Yeah, that works. The further away, the better, probably. All right, this is a 1 minute, 45 second burn. Let's get ready to fire it off. All right, so who's still around? You guys have been quiet for a while. Did a better streamer finally go live? Okay. Oh, something just happened. Let's find out what it was. Urban Venture has resubscribed and says, still here. Wait. Wait, have you guys been talking? What the heck? Hang on, my chat screen froze. I couldn't see what you guys were saying. Oh no. I'm sorry, guys. The last thing I have is Urban Venture saying, nah, we've had no bans, and then I missed everything. So let me try to fix that real quick. Oh, nope. Go back. There we go. All right. Let me see here. Okay, we've had no bans. Luke is my first regular and started my Discord. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. You guys have been having conversations without me. And then Urban Venture subscribed. Thank you very much, Urban. And I ignored. Sorry, Vulcan. I thought you guys all stopped, but okay. Thank you for the cheer, Emmykins. Oh, I need to move that up so you guys can actually see the little dancing bits there. Vulcan, you're afraid that the KSP Duke Nukem Forever is going to be too on the nose. Yeah, it's definitely a worry. Like, they seemed pretty confident they could release at the end of 2020, and then they pushed it back to 2022. And now we're in 2022 and we haven't really seen much. So you start to wonder what's going on behind the scenes. They do, of course, have the dev diary stuff that they do every so often, but still, it's a little... So yeah, Duke Nukem Forever sucked. To be fair, with Duke Nukem Forever, it like changed engines several times. The company making it was changed. It was not the same game that it started out as. There was a pandemic and then a major studio shift. That's true. We can give them kind of the benefit of the well, not in 2020 though. Oh wait, yeah, there was. Hang on. When did COVID start? What the heck? How many years has it been? 2020, 2021, 2022. Okay. All right, I'll give it to them. If they don't release it by the end of the year, or at least release something by the end of the year, then we can start comparing it to Duke Nukem Forever. And also, yeah, Urban Venture has a great point. The Squad guys are now involved. And of course, the Squad guys who... So if you guys don't know about the story behind Kerbal Space Program, Squad is not a video game company. It is a marketing company in Mexico. And one of their employees, marketing guys, I don't know exactly what his deal was. He made a game in his like spare time or at the office or whatever, and asked Squad if they could publish it or something. I don't know the whole story, but basically it's not a video game company. And they ended up releasing this game that got huge. So I don't know how useful it is that the Squad guys are involved, but I guess it's better than them not being involved at all, right? All right, let's get this lined up. There it is. So let's focus. And we're just gonna cruise on over into a polar orbit. That'll give us our best options for the relay, I think. I feel like a relay works well in a polar orbit. All right, that looks good to me. So that one is done. This has a 1 day until escape. So Tars the Great, who is clearly more knowledgeable than me about this, which is a good thing. He pitched the idea, his bosses liked the idea and gave him free reign. Fair. And Vulcan Rider says, wasn't it based on something he played in his childhood? He would launch model rockets and put these imaginary Kerbals in them. Yeah. This is all correct. Like, they've done multiple interviews about this. There's been a lot of controversy in KSP's history. As far as, like, Mexico has lower minimum wage, so they didn't make as much. Emmykins cheered again. It doesn't work if you cheer twice. It has to be 3 different people to make a hype train. But I appreciate the sentiment either way. And now we need to do another maneuver. This is going to be the same one. It's going to be 1909, 289. Oh well, yeah, it's fine. So basically you paid Twitch to earn $2. Kind of. And wait a minute. Are we actually already getting an intersect? Oh, that's awesome. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All right. So we don't have to do anything else. We just need to do this maneuver. Yeah, so the rights to KSP2 and sort of the franchise as a whole were bought by Take-Two Interactive, who you may know as the creators of something. They're not really creators, they're like a studio, the publisher. I don't know what they've made. They aren't that bad compared to some of the other video game companies out there. You've got Activision Blizzard, which has their own set of things going on. Oh, this is a 10-minute burn. Oh my gosh. We should probably get this underway then. What the heck kind of engine do I have? Oh, it's the Wolfhound, but it's a lot of fuel that we're burning. How's the gimbling? Yeah, this is a big boy. Alright, fair enough. Let's get burning. Perfect. And I guess we'll just burn until it's time to go. Take-Two, yes, that's true. They make GTA. Or they publish it and then kind of, I think, own Rockstar as well. They also make the WWE 2K games. I think? Wow, I don't actually know. If we have any video game publisher experts in the chat. They own the company that makes BioShock, Borderlands. Oh, okay, so they own Gearbox, they own whatever, they own Rockstar. Man, everybody's owned by somebody. Kind of sucks. Like, I remember there used to be so many, like, little, and there still are, but like a lot of the ones that used to be small got big and then got bought up, and now they've basically fired everyone that made the company good. Or made the games, you know. I think the most famous examples, of course, are EA buying up Bullfrog, makers of Dungeon Keeper and Theme Park, and then basically scrapping the whole thing for parts. Because Bullfrog made Dungeon Keeper, and then I think they got bought by EA, or they sold themselves to EA. And then they made Dungeon Keeper 2, and then they were gone. You had Westwood, and they made Command and Conquer, Tiberian Sun, Command and Conquer Red Alert, whatever. Bought by EA, make a couple crappy ones, can't. So now EA basically just owns the rights to those IPs. You've also heard they say no way to Linux, even though the engine that KSP runs on is Linux native. Yeah. I think they just don't want to have to do technical support for it. It's like, okay, well, this guy is running on Linux. What do we do? Like, I don't know. Just tell him to screw off. That's like 0.01% of our profits. At this point, I'm surprised that games are even on PC. Like, you think that the publishers would think, oh, get it on the consoles so we don't have to do anything. Is KSP2 still going to be running in Unity, or like the updated Unity? I feel like KSP is one of those games that having a bespoke engine for it would be better. Like, it's a big enough game with a lot going on under the hood. Maybe it would be better to have it be like a custom thing, but again, it's always a toss-up with these things. Like, Unity's not a bad engine, it just is one of the bigger engines that people use. It's like this, Unreal, the other one, like the Crysis engine, Cry engine, I think it's called. And yeah, Unity is a reason for a lot of the bugs, like the floating point errors and the Kraken stuff, which is, I think, all related anyways. So it sucks that the engine itself is causing all these problems. Okay. I'm hoping that this will get us to Joule, because I really don't want to have to go out again. But I'm starting to worry that we might, because I kind of overshot the thing there. Oh, Unity. You allow people to make such great games, but then, well, look what happened. So, Urban, do you want to give these people a little sneak peek of what's happening tomorrow? So I mentioned this earlier during the stream when we were talking about erotic Kerbal fan fiction, but Urban is going to be on the stream tomorrow. We're going to be looking at weird internet stuff, same as every Tuesday. I talked with possibly an alien today. She will be back. I think she said in May. She's very busy at work, but she said she will be back hopefully by May. So we'll have a couple more weeks of guests, and then we will be back to the regularly scheduled possibly an alien streams. Did you hear me correctly that you were looking at no, we weren't looking at it. We were talking about it. Don't worry. I haven't found any yet to read on stream, but when I do, boy, are you guys in for a nice treat. If I was going on a Mun mission, this would be excellent, but I am not. I'm trying to go to Jewel here. And Clown Fiasco, hello, welcome back to the stream. The meme stream, dream team, whatever. I haven't come up with a name yet for, I guess I don't need a name. It's just the stream. But people like that kind of stuff. I think everybody likes there to be a little catchy. Like, oh, welcome to the family. That kind of stuff. Wait, there's no reason to be any less nervous, Vulcan Rider. Don't worry. It's still going to be weird. Maybe not as weird. But apparently, Urban has some videos he'd like to share. And maybe some articles. And maybe we'll even do a little Gardic phone as a treat. I know everybody liked Gardic phone last time. And we have not done it in a while. We did it that one time. I'm like, we got to do this again. And then we never did it again. And that's true. I was on Urban Ventures stream a couple weeks ago, and it was a ton of fun. We played Stellaris. Nothing weird happened except for that raid by EJ, which was super cool. People popped in, they said hi. We had like 300 people in there. I can only hope that someday that will happen to me. Probably not with EJ. I don't think I'm streaming at the same times that he is. But I have seen him stream at like weird times, so maybe not. Oh, yes, that's true. Emmykins is, of course, referring to the cocktail book that I was reading for like 4 pages before both me and Grumpy said, yeah, that's probably enough internet for one day, and went back to playing chess. You know what would be fun is, have you guys seen, is it 5D chess or 4D chess? The one on Steam with the time travel. That game is a lot of fun and kind of weird. Cocktail book, yes. Emmykins is of course referring to, yeah. We know. EJ streams from like noon to 2 to 4 a.m. So he's streaming right now. Because I think he's Eastern time. It's like in Boston. So he should be streaming right this second. Unless he's not streaming today, in which case, so be it. Oh, this burn sucks, guys. Ooh, yeah, Emmykins could be a great guest on possibly an alien. And, alright, so EJ does not stream Sundays and Mondays. Gotcha. There has been a call for Emmykins to come on the stream at some point. It is in the works. But I don't know what we're gonna do. So, you know what? I do have those Tuesdays open. So maybe one of these upcoming Tuesdays we'll get her on the stream. What do you guys think? What engines am I using? It's a Wolfhound. I want it to be super efficient, but I gotta move a lot of fuel. So I'm hoping that there's enough fuel here once I get to Joule. All right. So Clown Fiasco, since you missed last Tuesday, hang on, guys. I'll just show you the cover of the book. All right, here it is. We're not gonna read the book. I'm just gonna show the cover, and then we're gonna go back to the game. There you go. That's what we looked at. And that's all you're gonna get to see. You want more, you gotta look it up on your own time. I wouldn't say it was sketchy, it was just like weird. Yeah, I'm starting to think I'm losing some efficiency on this burn. I hope, well, you know what? So the delta V in this doesn't matter. What matters is the actual quantity of fuel. All we're trying to do is get enough fuel to Joule to fill up the mining vessel and get it to where it needs to go. It's a cocktail book, I see. Yeah, exactly. That's the joke. But also it's real and 100% sincere. This guy is a big weirdo. All right, here we go. We're almost done. We got about a minute left on this burn. Of course, at this point, we've got like a Mun encounter instead of what I wanted to do. So we'll see how it goes. It's kind of a little not what I would like to have, but gotta work within the limitations. In this case, I feel like at the end of this burn, we're gonna be hitting the Mun. Boy, yeah. It's not great. But like I said, as long as we get at least some fuel to the mining ship, that's what matters. If even... Oh, geez, we're burning through so much of this. God. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to launch another one for protection. No, we can't do that. It'll... screw it. It'll take too long. We'd have to launch it. We'd have to fuel it up and everything. It's just not worth it. Boy. What are we even doing at this point? No, this is... Oh, it's all wrong. Oh my god. Yeah, this is totally screwed up. Okay, game. I see what you're doing. Just do not want me to be happy, I guess. Oh, wow. Bungled it to the max. Look at that. Ugh. All right, let's see if we can recover this at all. Where's my bungle emote? I need a bungle emote. Hang on. I might have one. Oh, you know what? This is Emmykin's account. Hang on, I got one. I got it, I got it, I got it. Nobody go anywhere. I got it, I got it. Bunglepuss. I bungled it. Yeah, the Mun is not what's causing the problem here. The problem is I started the burn too late And now I kind of overshot what I was trying to do. But I'm hoping we can recover, because I really don't want to send another one of these. It's been so long. Star and Emmy are not the same account, no, but I'm using her phone to watch chat. So I have to, my account, I have to alt-tab out. It's a whole thing. I'm trying to get the second monitor going, but there's a lot. There's a lot that goes into that. You're not sure you buy it. I mean, you've never seen us together in the same room, so I guess we could be the same person. Like Emmykins is just somebody that I made up. She doesn't actually exist. Oh, it's true. It's like that episode of The Office. All right, let's try to fix this. Yep. I should have been paying much closer attention to what was going on here. Can't see my hands? They're right here. You're fine. You don't need to see where my hands are. I don't think this is gonna work, guys. Wait, maybe it is. Oh, it's working. All right, we got something here. We have new information. And it doesn't look half bad. The main thing is we need to get in nice and close. Just like that. Yep. All right, that's not gonna work. All right, so next, here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna go ahead and manually time warp through all this. Oh, that's true. Emmykins did show up on the Monster Rancher for her birthday stream. She wanted me to play Monster Rancher 2, and she showed up. She showed off some of her presents, and she was on the stream. Somebody should have probably clipped that. But the VOD should be on YouTube now if you want to go check that out and try to find her. But yeah, she'll be on here. We'll get her on the stream. Okay. We are going through the Mun encounter, and then we're gonna do the Mun escape. And then we're going to set a alarm for the rest of this. So I think we might have salvaged this. I feel like we built in enough of a cushion that it should be okay. We'll have to do a bit of a adjustment burn, mid-course correction type thing. But outside of that, we should be fine. All right, we're good, we're good. Could have been fake. It could have been fake. I could be like a master VFX artist and have created some kind of 3D rig that looks like a girl or a woman in this case. But if I could do that, why would I be streaming on Twitch? So many more interesting things I could be doing with my time. All right, 10 seconds. Apply changes, switch to. Yeah, I mean, okay, so Emmykins is exaggerating here. I can survive on my own for a couple of days. But for the most part, yes. I'd have to learn how to feed myself and do all the other stuff that she does, which would really cut into my game time. And that's one of the things that I consider important me time is game time. All right, here's the Kerbal escape. We're gonna go ahead and slow down the warp. Good. And this one I believe is already on a course to get into some kind of polar orbit. right, this one is done. Switch over to the other one. So I'm fake. I'm actually a VTuber rig, and Emmykins is the one that is controlling me with the, what is it? The face recognition technology or whatever. That's why you never see me below the desk. I'm not rendered. Man, I wish I was a VTuber. They seem like they have so much more fun. Just like dancing around and look at me, I'm a little anime girl, whatever. Oh, I put this as 10 minutes instead of 10 seconds. That's not right. Let's do that again. So here we go. Actually, you know what? Speaking of who's real and who's not, have you guys seen Victorious? The Nickelodeon show? Quentin Reviews just did part 2. It's like 8 hours of talking about it for some reason. I guess it was like a goal, subscriber goal type thing. All right, here's Jewel. Now we get to adjust our maneuver here. Ah, perfect. So we barely need to do anything, actually. That's kind of nice. The main thing is we need to get to a good ascending. We need to get on the same plane. It shouldn't be too hard. Oh, that is nice. That is beautiful. Look at that. So right about there. So we will circularize, kind of sync up our orbit here, and then get a nice little rendezvous. That's what we're looking to do. All right, and that's only going to take 3.2 meters per second to change, which is great. All right, we'll say 1 minute is good. Okay, so that's all done. Now comes the fun part. We get to time warp and pick everything. And yes, Emmykins, I know you've seen Victorious. I'm asking if anyone else has seen Victorious. It was like iCarly's less good sister show. But don't tell Emmykins I said that. You guys know iCarly at least, right? Okay. So here we are. We have several missions in progress. We have the Jewel Relay, which is on its way to Jewel. We'll go ahead and mark that off. Apply that. The Interplanetary Fuel Delivery Drone has a maneuver coming up, of course. And then we have the Eye in the Sky, which is we don't need to worry about. Interplanetary Relay is on its way and actually is going to be there pretty soon. And then finally Interplanetary Relay G, which is going to Elu. I should probably name these a little bit better. So the Eye in the Sky with Ariana Grande, yeah, that's the one. She played a really stupid high school girl, which for some of you may sound like an oxymoron, but she's like exceptionally stupid. And rename vessel. It's going to be the Eye in the Sky. Moho. I don't want to lose track of what's what while I'm going around here. So we're just going to rename all of these to what they need to be. Did you call her the Grande? Interesting. Is that what they call her over there in the UK? Yeah, I went to a The Grande concert. She was at the O2 or the O3. The O2. wait, hang on. What is it called? The O3? Is that the name of the big venue? Because now I'm mixing it up with the Drake lyrics, like turn the O2 into the O3. Oh no, it's called the O2 because that's what he sees. He turns the O2 into the O3 because he's such a big artist guy. Okay, there we go. All right, interplanetary fuel delivery drone. That's probably a fine name. Jewel relay is going. Eye in the sky. This one I guess is Kerbal. So we'll call that Kerbal. Urban, have you been to the O2? And is it O, the letter O, or like a 02? I've only ever heard it said. I've never seen it spelled out. Is eye in the sky. Kerbal? Your university was the building next to it? Oh, that's cool. I wish I had interesting stories to share like that. Like, oh yeah, I used to be roommates with the guy who was in... what's a big show that people like that's on now? I can't think of any. Dang it. I used to be roommates with the guy who was in Young Sheldon. There we go. Is Young Sheldon still relevant? And that would be a cool story. I don't have any cool stories like that, unfortunately. Wait, are these little hangars? What the heck? We really need to drive around the KSC at some point because I've never seen any of this stuff up close. Should build a fun little like rover. None of us have cable. That's why we're watching you on Twitch. It's true. Yeah, I have cable, but I just use it to watch like YouTube. Or no, not the cable. I have cable because I get free cable through my work. But I don't actually watch TV at all. Okay, this is going to Dres. So this needs to be Dres relay. Urban Venture says, we used to watch the Brit Awards red carpet from your common room windows. Oh. I haven't driven around the KSC. No, I don't. There's no reason to. I don't need to get that science. There's much faster ways to get science. This is the Dres relay. I know that's sort of the common wisdom. It's like drive around the KSC to get all the science. Like, well, you don't need to do that. If you're really trying to play it safe and you really want to squeeze as much science as possible early game. But I prefer to just go straight to the mun and just gather all that science. Rover time, you know what? Yeah, we can, once we have all this stuff squared away, if we have time, we'll build a little rover and go drive around the KSC. I don't really like rovers, but I'll use it. When was the last time I used level 1 parts? It ain't easy for everyone. Believe me, I can go to the mun with level 1 parts and no upgraded tracking station. But yeah, it's not easy. I've had to learn that over the years from playing hard mode. Because hard mode is stingy with science early game. It's like a 60% reduction. Like driving around the KSC, I'm getting like 0.4 science per experiment. Okay, and this is Elu relay. Elu relay. Doesn't need the G anymore. All right, back to the Space Center. Yeah, so with going to the mun early game, I don't recommend trying to land right away. But in Urban Venture, I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. I also love the early game. Because late game, you're just building these monstrosities of like science and cash. But early game, you really gotta be very careful with your spending and try to maximize each launch. All right, so I think we're good here. So the Dres relay is gonna happen first. Jewel relay is gonna be in like 2 years apparently. So let's start here. Most people seem to hate the early game. Man, that sucks. I figured I don't know. I feel like I like most games early game more than the late game. Because most games are designed that you get more powerful over the course of the game, and that can be a lot of fun. Like, I love some games like that. But other times, the early game is the most challenging it's going to be. And in KSP, that's especially true. Let's go ahead and warp here. We have a lot of missions happening at once. Oh, we finished a mission. Speaking of which, let's go check it out. I think the trick with the early game is you have to have done it several times to really kind of master it, and I have done it a lot of times. So I know how to get to the Mun without the tracking station upgrade. I know how to get to orbit with basically nothing. I kind of know the opening moves to get the best parts that you need. All right, we'll grab that one. So I've done it enough times that I feel very comfortable handling the early game. But if you're just starting out, yeah, I can understand where, like, I wish I had more parts. I wish I could just kind of build whatever I want. I'm trying to think of other games that I really like the early game. I guess Civ early game is a lot of fun. Civilization. Other strategy games where the early game is really where all the action kind of happens before people settle into their positions. Early game XCOM is very fun because you have very little. You're working with like untrained troops. You've got low-tech weapons. You kind of just are throwing bodies at the enemy and hoping that enough people will kill them. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The race for lands. You getting out the goody huts, all that stuff. So yeah, like Stellaris especially is a good example of that, where you need to expand rapidly, but then once you've expanded, you kind of settle into those borders, and then it shifts. Any kind of shift in the borders from that point is going to involve a war. So yeah, if you like the warfare stuff in Stellaris, which I can take it or leave it, I prefer to just expand as much as I need to early game and then not have to worry about it after that. Okay. So I guess we're just gonna manually do this part just to be safe. 12 days. What are some examples of games where the late game is the most fun? I guess like a lot of JRPGs, like once you've got all the big spells or whatever, and you're kind of like stomping on all the enemies, that can be a lot of fun. It's like that power fantasy. A lot of first-person shooters where you've kind of settled into the rhythm and you've got these big guns and now it's just boss fights and stuff. You're not scrounging around for pistol ammo, you got the BFG or whatever. StarCraft? Ooh. Well, okay, so StarCraft, though, you have to compare early game, like, on a match-by-match basis, or, like, the campaign. I guess if you're going match-by-match basis. So, you would start... Like, the early game of StarCraft is you build workers and you harvest resources, and that's basically it. If you're Zerg, maybe you go for a quick Zerg rush and hope that you get them. What is this? Where are we? Where is Drez? Am I dumb? Oh, it's just extremely tiny. Holy cow. Drez is like a baby planet. Well, this is gonna suck. Okay. Fair enough. City Skylines is more fun later once you... Yeah, that's true. That's one of the frustrating parts about cities, is that the parts or like the buildings unlock incrementally. Unlike, say, SimCity, where the buildings are all there, you just have no use for them until your population grows or whatever. All right, we've initiated the first flyby of Drez. Now let's see if we can capture. Okay, and Vulcan Rider was referring to the campaign. Yeah, once you've like got all the parts or all the units unlocked and all the buildings, and you have a lot more tactical flexibility. So yeah, there's different games have different things. I think it's difficult for a game to find a way to please both the early game and the late game. That's a fine line you have to walk. Actually, Urban, I might have a another city game recommendation for you that I really like. I'll say it. I think Dres is meant to be Ceres. It's a dwarf planet. Yeah. It's like a little asteroid. It's called... Hang on. Let me look here. It's on Steam. Can't remember the name. It's called Urbeck City Builder. Here, I'll see if I can't send you a link. Store page, store page. Go to the store page, please. Also, don't let me overshoot my burn time here. There's Urban. There it is. Yeah, so if you like City Skylines, you should check it out. There's a free demo. Does it have trains? It does not have trains yet. And Vulcan Rider is mentioning the siege tank. My favorite, I was always a Protoss guy. So I loved getting carriers and just spamming carriers, but I don't think that's a actually viable strategy. All right, let's go ahead and start slowing down here. I feel like I was never very good at StarCraft. Like I wouldn't have been able to survive playing online, but I could definitely play against my friends. But we were all teenagers, so that makes sense, right? Yeah, it's not even, barely even curving it. Luckily, we brought a ton of Delta V, so we should be fine. I don't know what the actual numbers are. I didn't remember to double check that. As far as trains go, I don't think it has trains. I think it's more of a... It's less about logistics than it is more of a... I don't know. Just try it out and see if you like it. It's a free demo, so... Oh, that wasn't so bad. Okay, I can work with that. This will just be a couple of days where we're messing around up here. So we have entered orbit of Dres. Yes, we have. So my plan is we're going to go up to the apoapsis and then lower it so we can slam our transfer stage into the surface and then adjust from there. Urban, are you actually, you're mentioning trains. Are you a big train guy? Because I have some train games you might like. Although I'm sure you've already played Railroad Tycoon. Vulcan Rider had a buddy that used to work with at DARPA, and this guy could clear a map, half a dozen of us. It got to the point where he would just take on everyone on the board and only build Zerglings. Yeah, the Zerg Rush strategy is very powerful if you surprise your opponents. You have to be able to counter it. But then if you counter it, then you're left way behind, or the Zerg player's left way behind. So it's a risk-reward strategy. Well, in that case, Urban, have you played Railroad Tycoon? Or do you prefer more city-based stuff, like oh, what is... There's like a train in the city one. Can't remember the name of it. There's also Transport Tycoon, which is... Transport Tycoon Deluxe is free on Steam. You could try that one too. Y'all would love RimWorld. I've played RimWorld on the channel before. I wouldn't say that I love it. I have a what's a good word for it? Me and RimWorld have a relationship where I play it and it punishes me, and then I get angry and stop playing it. But yeah, definitely there's room in my life for RimWorld. Oh yes, that's what I'm thinking. It Transport something. It's not Transport Tycoon. It is it's like, oh, what the heck is it called? We got to get urban. Transport Fever, that's the one. Yeah, I have that one. That was loosely based on the old Transport Tycoon, which I had as a kid, and I loved that game as a kid. That was so good. Yeah, I'm definitely, like I said, I'm a pretty eclectic gamer type person. Oh, no, this is right. Yeah, I did. Yeah, all your animals kept dying in RimWorld, so we had to stop playing. So when I played RimWorld on the stream, I had the mod that lets you guys mess with the game or like send things to me in the game, and that was interesting. Okay, we can raise our periapsis here. I think we can go for a relatively high 50-kilometer orbit. Beautiful. And then we have entered suborbital spaceflight, and there's going to be a collision. That's fine with me. Jake used to play what? Oh, Transport Fever? Or Transport Tycoon? It's actually surprisingly a lot of logistics type games like that. I guess that shouldn't be surprising. Like, the kind of people who play video games are also the kind who would work in those kind of industries, right? All right, this should be pretty straightforward. We do a little bit of this. Try to change our inclination as best as we can. Nice. Transport Fever. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should play one of those kind of games on stream. I don't know how well that would go over. I feel like I already have enough of a backlog as it is. I don't need to start adding new ones in. People are still clamoring for more Monster Rancher. And by people, I mean Emmykins. All right, let's lower our coapsis here. Like I always say, if you guys want to see me play a game, for sure, you can pay the points. But if you would just like to kind of put something on my radar, you can tell me about it and I'll see if I can squeeze it in. All right, we are lowering our apoapsis. Yeah, we have plenty of Delta V out here. Dres is another little baby planet. Kind of reminds me of Gilly, actually. Very similar. Except luckily no Eve out here to mess with us. Big Mama Eve gets her grubby hands on us and doesn't let go. Okay, yep. Let's try to get this apoapsis down, please. All right, that's probably good. This doesn't need to be perfect. We can change it later if we need to. The main goal was to just have some kind of relay presence out here. And actually, I'm seeing it's yellow. So from Kerbal to Dres with the best relay antennas is only a yellow connection. So we may actually need multiple relays to be able to get an actual connection at these distances. How are we doing on power, actually? Can we transmit? Looks like we can. That's good. Getting some science, which translates into money. Oh, it does look like Ike. Hang on. This is a pretty sussy imposter planet, huh? Looks like Ike. Small like... Well, it's not quite as small as Gilly. That's not fair to say. But yeah, definitely got some Ike vibes. Let's hope I don't crash into it like Gandalf. Am I in orbit? I'm in orbit now. We got it into a nice circular orbit. Well, circular-ish. It's good enough orbit. We're just going to leave it there. So what I'm doing right now with all these, aside from the jewel resupply mission, I'm just putting relays around all the planets. So that was our Dres relay. So we have a Moho relay. We don't have an Eve relay per se, but the space stations have relay antennas on them. Hang on, let's check the mission board. Boom, 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 boom. All right. No, we're not doing any of those. Also, for those of you who did not hear, if anybody missed it last week, I changed or added some channel point redemptions. So feel free to take advantage of those if you would like. They're just chilling down there. They're always available. The only ones that might not be available is if somebody ludicrously decides to pay the 50 or 100k points, in which case there's only one of those per stream for redemption. Okay, so what is up next? The Elu relay happens in 201 days, so that's our next maneuver. So this is what we're gonna do next then. Ooh, you spent points to unlock an emote. Fancy. That's also a thing you can do if you, for whatever reason, like my emotes. You can spend points to unlock them, or one at a time, I guess. I know a lot of people seem to like that Pigman emote. Can't blame them. It's great. All right. So here's our maneuver. Go ahead and mark that off. And go ahead and work. So as it stands now, we've got this maneuver coming up. And this is for Elu, right? Yes. So this is Elu. Then we have a jewel maneuver. And then we have the sphere of influence change for the jewel relay. Oh, well, Emmykin's just, you have all the emotes, of course, because you are a subscriber. But yes, so if you don't get too attached to those last three, though, those are getting updated. They're going to actually look good. Like professional quality emotes. It's going to be great. You guys are going to love them. And if you don't, then I don't know. I'll tell the artist to do better, I guess. Like take these back and improve them, or no money for you this month. And here we are. We are approaching the maneuver. Oh yes, an Urban Venture discovered that putting the sunglasses on the Pigman actually syncs up pretty darn well. And I have been taking full advantage of that in other people's channels. Okay, here we go. It is time to do the burn. Ba, 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 ba. 30 meters per second to go here. Let's see how it works. Very slowly. So we're just waiting for the line to show up anywhere. That's going to be our main thing. Okay, I don't see it yet. Oh, there it is. I see it. So now we're going to do this. We're going to change the thrust limiter to like a 1. Then we're going to keep doing the same thing, where we... This is weird. Why is it not letting me point in the direction of the maneuver? That's very unusual. That's your greatest discovery on Twitch? Oh man. We got to get you into some other channels. Did I tell you about Amaranth? Now there's a discovery, if I ever saw one. All right, that should be good. Can make any other adjustments as needed once we get there. So let's set that. This time we'll be smart about it. Elu encounter. Elu. Elu. Elu encounter. Come on, game, really? See, this is why nobody takes stock alarms seriously. All right, whatever. We'll put the maneuver there. And make that the thing. Okay, next up, we have another maneuver coming up, 45 days. Do I have a maneuver? I have a maneuver now. Before, it was just the sphere of influence change. Right, so the maneuver is coming up here, 45 days. Let's go ahead and warp to it. I don't think there's anything else we're waiting on. We might actually get this all cleared up in the next 15 minutes, which would be great. I would love to wrap up 3 missions in one night. You have a heck of a lot better than what we've been doing, which is 0 missions in 3 nights. All right, so we only need to go for 3 meters per second. Let's go ahead and focus on Jewel. Okay. I feel like Jewel might be in the way here. It is in the way. That's kind of annoying. Okay. So it's not letting me double click. So does anyone know off the top of their head how to cycle through targets? I'm pretty sure Urban knows. What is the key binding? Tab? Aha. Thank you. Jewel, there we go. That's what I wanted. All right, now we're talking. So we simply need to point at the maneuver or point at the target, no, the whatever. You know what I'm talking about. So for those of you who do not know and you're playing Kerbal Space Program, if you use tab, it will cycle between the different targets that are available, or the different planets, I guess. It wasn't cycling to any ships. It might go through the planets then the ships. I don't know the full thing. And then the tilde key, or the little comma fella, whatever that's called, will take you back to your current vessel that you're flying. That one I remember because I have to use it a lot. This thing needs more SAS, I think, or more reaction wheels. Maybe just bite the bullet, throw some RCS on there. That could work too. You learned that from the Kerbal King, King Akira? Yeah. I feel like he does a lot more wacky things than I do. We all have kind of different play styles. I do things on hard mode with a lot of eye towards getting missions done as soon as possible. He does all kinds of wacky missions. And you Urban Venture, for some reason are obsessed with space planes, and I do not get it. Slowly. Here's my philosophy on space planes. Just use a rocket instead. You'll save everybody time and money in the long run. And you will ultimately find yourself healthier and happier. All right, perfect. 0.8, I can live with that. So this is actually going to work out pretty well, it looks like. So we'll come back here in a couple of years, I guess. So wait a minute, are we going to have our Elu one before we have our other thing? No, that can't be right. What is this one? I sound like Tori. Who the heck's Tori Bruno? Just more rockets? Is that the more rockets guy? Okay, so this is our Elu mission. Good to know. And this one must be our head of ULA. What the heck is ULA? Now you're just making up words. Or acronyms, I guess. I was gonna say University of LA, but I'm pretty sure it's UCLA. University of California, Los Angeles. I guess it could be University of Louisiana. No, that's not. That wouldn't be right. United Launch Alliance. What, are they against reusable spacecraft as well? I just don't think it's cost efficient. Like, you put all this technology into this thing, on the off chance that you might be able to recover it, you end up not recovering it because it crashes or whatever, and now you've spent even more money. You could just use disposable stuff. Okay. So let's make sure this is working. 1 year, 341 days. 1 year, 341 days. Let's go. So basically, we just need to sit in orbit for a really long time. United Launch Alliance honestly sounds like a Kerbal company, like a Rocco Max or one of those. All right, back to the Space Center. They have a different approach to reusable stuff, but they're mainly expendable. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're risking a lot by sending this stuff into space in the first place. Trying to base your whole idea around being able to recover it is, unless you can get the safety margins. All right, but you're saying SpaceX is proving they're not right. Okay, all right. I'm just saying, like, how many times did SpaceX stuff have to fail when they could have just, I don't know, done something a little simpler and not have had as high of a price? Not many? Okay. I don't actually know. It probably wasn't that many. You only hear about it, though, when something goes wrong. Like, oh, geez, the whole thing exploded. I mean, yeah, it's not designed to do that, of course, but it happens. All right, let's go ahead and keep warping. And I believe that is this one, right? Oh, it's a long time to get to Joule. Jeez. So we'll see how it ends up in the end. Like, until we have a colony on the moon or something, I'm not too concerned about space flight. It's like, oh great, we can go to space. So, are we mining asteroids? Do we have zero-G manufacturing facilities? Do we have some kind of, aside from the ISS, do we have some kind of, like, civilian permanent base in space? That's what I'm more interested in. Like, going to space is kind of boring. Like, Jeff Bezos can do that. And he's just some old, fat, rich guy. All right, mission control. Let's go. Let's keep taking these missions that give us free money. You gotta make it cheaper first, huh? How, I mean, there's kind of a limit on how cheap you can make it. Because ultimately you're sending very expensive hardware that is just expensive by its nature. What is the thing here? Which is why I say just use SRBs. They're cheap. Reuse could do that, I guess, but it still has to be refurbished and everything. That's still expensive. I feel like stuff like crew capsules make great candidates for reusability. But like the actual rocket itself, I don't know, man. I guess if they got it working, like they've got that thing landing on that little barge out there. But still, it's a high price for failure. Like either going up or coming down. And NASA's using the SLS, right? Hey, King Akira's here. Speak of the devil. Urban was just sharing some tips that you had shared with him that helped me out a little bit. Well, this is kind of weird. We keep flip-flopping back and forth. Why am I doing this? I have a thing. Just use that. How am I doing today? Or how are us all doing today? I'm doing all right. I'm getting kind of sleepy, which is pretty normal for me on a stream night. But I'm having a great time. We had a lot of people in here tonight. It's been a lot of fun talking Kerbals, talking other stuff. And now we're just trying to finish up this little jewel resupply mission that I got going on. Oop. And we were just talking about the benefits and drawbacks of reusable spacecraft versus disposable spacecraft. So if you have a side to pick in that, feel free to jump in. I guess we don't have like disposable cars, but cars aren't known for exploding violently these days. And some rich people might consider their cars disposable. If it's expensive, reuse it. If you can afford to toss it, do it. Well, yeah, but I mean, even a disposable rocket is still going to be pretty expensive. I guess it depends on your tolerance for, oh, so this is what happens, huh? That's what's causing me problems, huh, game? Yeah, I see the trouble now. All right, let's do this. What is this? We did that. So you get out of here and you go here because you're not going to change on me. I found our problem, chat. For some reason, the game bugs out and is like, oh, no, you don't have an encounter with Jewel. Just kidding. Oh, see you in 5 years after you've warped through the whole thing. Ugh. All right, let's swing back by the mission control and see if we can pick up another easy one. If the game lets you land a booster stage, I might. Till then, I'm tossing it. Urban lands his booster stages. That's been his whole thing. He's trying to recover those booster stages. That's why he's launching from the desert. And why he had to fly a plane all the way over there. Oh, that was like half your stream. Rescue Henzy from Orbit of Ike. Sorry, Henzy. Somebody else can go get you. Oh, I don't want to leave yet. What am I doing? Yeah, that's true. People do love your streams. It's maybe my philosophy is in fact the wrong one. What am I gonna do? I can't change it now. I'm in too deep. If I can get people in here by playing the game a completely different way, I'll do it. Let's say that. I'll download all the mods and I'll only use jet-powered craft. Jet-powered only playthrough. I wonder how well that would go over. Kerbal players are patient. That's true. I guess I mean, I'm not. I might be in the minority though. Yeah, see? Yeah. Keeps changing on me. So yeah, I think it might be wise to continue to use maneuver nodes for some of this stuff. Mods? No, I'm not going to use mods. Don't worry, that was a joke. I've never used mods in KSP and I never will. Unless somebody really, really wants me to. And also, they're a subscriber. That's the rule. And we're good. So now we're gonna do the rest of this manually. Gotta delete the maneuver. All right, there we go. Aha, it disappeared on me. Why does it do that? Chat, do you have an answer? No one does. It's a mystery why it happens. Hopefully it comes back soon. Yeah, but there's a... yeah, how often have I heard that one? All right, there we go. All right, so this should be easy enough. All we have to do is burn retrograde at periapsis. Same as every other time. 56 days, really? It's kind of brutal. I guess it is what it is, though. It disappears if you do not have the ascending node or descending node where your two orbits are touching. That's weird. It was there for a second, though. Why would it disappear after it's already been there? All right, here we go. So this is our brand spanking new Joule relay, which is designed to give us maximum coverage over all of the Joule system at all times, or at least as much as we can get away with. The game just gives up. Okay. Its commitment changes when you time accelerate as well. That's, man, I'm glad they're making a KSP2, and hopefully some of that stuff gets resolved. Because some of these bugs are just, some of them are really weird, like that one. Like obviously you have the very dramatic, like my whole thing exploded. But when I have a maneuver thing set up, I don't want it to change because just because. That's very unhelpful. All right, so let's bring this down. Yeah, I think somewhere around, we'll just get it circularized, right? So we'll have some gaps in communication some of the time, but for the most part, I think it should be pretty good. So why don't we say 600-ish, and we can boost this side to 600 as well. There's a mod that fixes it? Oh, hang on, let me go download that right now. It's a good idea, I should fix that. All right, back to the Space Center. It's not really a bug. If your ascending node or descending node is not at your orbit intersection, it means you will not rendezvous ever. So if it's even farther, the game just won't tell you how hard you're falling or you're failing. No, falling, failing, failing. So you need to get the ascending node or descending node at the intersection anyway. So if you do, it's problem solved. Okay, but I had it there before. Why did it change in the middle of the whole situation? All right, I think we have one more bit that we can do today, and that is the most important one of them all, the Joule refueling resupply mission. If this thing fails, it's game over. Not really. There it is. So we've got 73 days until thing. Okay, so for whatever reason, the game doesn't like the way that I'm intersecting, I guess. I don't know, that little not bug has cost me some really expensive missions. Because I had an alarm set up to go off, and then for whatever reason, the game decides, oh, we're gonna skip that part. And just overshoots it entirely. All right, we're gonna turn these off. And we're gonna just add a maneuver to do it manually. So now I have to do it like this, like some kind of Kerbal caveman, just on the off chance that it screws up my my Joule encounter here. I'm doing solar plane changes? Yes, I am. Am I not supposed to do that? It's easy fix. All you need to do is touch your orbits. Okay. I mean, that sounds easy, but I don't even know how I would go about doing that. So maybe it's not as easy as it sounds. All right, all right. So that's done. We'll get rid of the maneuver. We have a jewel encounter in 2 days. Let's see if that holds. Or if it's going to change on me. No, it looks like it's holding pretty well. And 4, 3, 2, 1 minute, and we'll just let it go over by itself. And I believe we've already got this thing accounted for as far as how we want it to go. So we don't need to change it too much aside from getting a rendezvous with the target. At the ascending node or descending node, go prograde or retrograde, that's it. Oh, but sometimes I don't have an ascending node or descending node. Or it's not, yeah. Either way, we'll see what we can do here. It's time to do this now, though. All right. And luckily this time we have a fresh relay lined up, so we should have signal all the way through this maneuver, if we're lucky. It sounds kind of like Binding of Isaac music. What do you guys think? I never noticed it before. All right, we're going to be coming in nice and hot. We are luckily in a prograde orbit. I think I made sure of that. After our whole Eve debacle, I'm not dealing with that again. Oh, okay, slow down, slow down. We do have a good connection here. That's good, that's good. You always have an ascending node or descending node. It won't show if you're about to do a rendezvous because that's more important and it's already too late. But yes, orbit inclination is never perfect. All right. This is all good information to have. Hopefully I can do something with it. All right, so the first thing we want to do is make sure that we are lined up, get our inclination correct here. Go ahead and do that. Descending node means go normal. You love that I'm at Jewel because it's so pretty. Yeah, it's pretty great. I sent out, this is like my 4th mission out here to try to do something. And right now I have this mining craft that is stranded in orbit around Jewel. Because of that little bug, I overshot Vol. I was trying to land it on Vol. And now it got stuck around Jewel with just enough fuel to get it into a circularized orbit. So I sent out a fuel resupply ship, but it didn't have enough fuel in it. So then I built a bigger fuel resupply ship, and that's what this is. And I'm hoping it has enough fuel to fill this up and then send it to Vol so it can land and then start mining more fuel. Oh, it's a whole thing. Oh, yeah, Urban, that's true. You've done a lot of stuff on Kerbal more so with space planes and all that. I prefer to just go interplanetary as soon as possible because that's my favorite part of the game. I would build colonies if that was a part of the base game. I'm excited for KSP2 for that reason. Whole colony building aspect is gonna be awesome, hopefully. Although, as Vulcan Rider keeps saying, could be a Duke Nukem Forever type situation where it just comes out and everybody's disappointed. This part is done. Let's go ahead and do the maneuver and see how bad this is gonna suck. It's not too bad. I can work with that. Gonna cost 2,600 Delta V. That's probably fine, right? No, that's not fine, actually. Hang on. That sucks. Oh, I should have synced these up a little bit better. Oh well, it'll be fine. This thing is much better we'll hopefully have a lot more fuel to deliver to the thing. It doesn't have to have that much, honestly. Just needs to have enough. All right, here we go. So 6-minute burn. That'll be fun for you guys. So 3 minutes, we will start the burn. Guess it's better than when we left with the 10-minute burn. Oh, shoot. Oh, I should have done this with more time to spare. It's going to take forever to turn. Oh, okay. I thought you were referring to the fact that it just took forever to come out and still wasn't very good. Not that it just took forever to come out. Like Half-Life 3, which will never come out. You guys got Half-Life Alyx. That's good enough as far as I'm concerned. Like, Valve doesn't owe you anything. Okay, we gotta put the rockets on here. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Yeah, this thing definitely needs more reaction wheels. That'll be a top priority on the redesign. I don't think they were promising a Half-Life 3 Vulcan. People expect it because, well, okay, so here's the thing. They made Half-Life, then they made Half-Life 2 Part 1 and Part 2, but they never made a Part 3 or what. I don't know the exact situation, but basically they set it up so it had a cliffhanger ending and it looked like it would be continued, and then it never continued. This sucks. Do we need to bring even more fuel? Is that the situation that I'm running into? Or do we just need to be a little more efficient? Like at this point, we could have sent a whole new jewel miner and it might have actually made it. All right, we'll see how this goes though. The main thing is we need to transfer at least some fuel into the mining vessel, and it's got quite a lot of fuel in there, to be honest. Like the low delta V is more because it's so big. And yeah, Duke Nukem Forever, there were like ads and everything. I guess I don't know that Half-Life has ever had, they never advertised like Half-Life 3 coming soon. It's more of a thing. All right, bringing it in. Bringing it in. Ooh, King Akira's been trying to make his ships look cooler like Urban Ventures. Interesting. My ships are very Spartan looking, typically. I tend to avoid doing any clipping, like at all, because I feel like it's kind of cheesing the game a little bit. But I suppose if you want to make things look good, you have to start doing a little bit of clipping. And yeah, I like the look of the ships. Except those really tall ones that you put on Duna. I think that might have been a bad idea. It's like I always say, hot hamburger, not hot dog. Or that hot dog's just gonna flop over. You take off hot dog, you land hamburger. That is the superior way to do it. All right, we're almost there. Almost. Almost. Starship vibes. Is Starship designed to land vertically like that? I guess it has to be. That's where the engines are. But still, though, that just seems like a huge risk. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. and maybe you guys can talk me out of this. What if I do this? Wait, that's not right. Hang on. No, get rid of that. The game thinks I'm still maneuvering. It's fine, we'll just keep going here. We're almost done anyway. All right, just get rid of that. I think I can handle the rest from here. I'm just watching all that precious fuel drain away. It's so sad. I should have put drop tanks on this thing. Aww. Yeah, all my landing ships tend to be very small and very wide and flat, or at least compared to their verticalness. Ooh, you know what? If we can actually get a rendezvous, that would be great. Oi. Hot dogs are American tacos. Kind of, yeah. It's one way to describe them. Ooh, that's one thing we gotta do on the on tomorrow's stream, Urban. We gotta look at food. Preferably some. You can. I made fun of British food the other day, last week. You can make fun of American food. We'll look at some gross American food. All right, we're closing in here. We might just be able to get it. Separation. Yep, yep, yep. So we'll just have to make sure that the relative velocity is less than our remaining delta V, and then we'll be good to go. And if it's not, we'll just play the sad music. Okay. Great. So, oh my God.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I hate this game so much. Why do I do this to myself? Okay, all right. All right, KSP experts, what is the best way to salvage this? Is it even possible? Do I have any hope? I have no Delta V. I have 2200 Delta V, and that is not enough to do a rendezvous with this mining ship. How many more supply missions do I need to send out here? Like, really? Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's do an orbit here and see what happens. This would be a lot easier if you can use nuclear. Yeah, I should have, but I don't know. I needed to carry a bunch of solid fuel and oxidizer, so it wasn't really an option. All right, we'll send nukes on the next one because we're gonna obviously need to send yet another supply mission because I just cannot get this right. Like, we redesigned the fuel carrier and everything. It's just not fair. That's what it comes down to. All right, so I'll try to come up with a new design for next week that we send yet another Joule mission. At this rate, we're gonna land a Kerbal on Elu before we finish this Joule crap. And I'll have to look up the next transfer window for Joule. Hopefully it's not too far away. Ay, 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 ay. All right, so here's what I'm gonna try to do. I don't think it's actually gonna do me much good, but I'm gonna do it anyway. That's probably the wrong one. Your lower Jupiter orbit is one of the worst places to be. Gravity wells are not your friend, and you're in it deep. It's the second most difficult place next to the sun. Yeah, I know, but I don't have much of a choice. This is where the mining vessel is. But yeah, I think I see what you mean. All right, well, let's see if we can transfer literally any amount of fuel. Okay, tick tock. Tick tock goes the clock. Oh, here comes Awkward Jen with a party of 2. Hello, Silverhand. How have I been? I've been all right. I've been better. Ooh, oxygen not included tonight. Nice. I bet that was much more fun than I'm having right now. This fuel nonsense. So yeah, so what you're saying is I should not have circularized like this, or if I was going to circularize, I should have brought nuclear engines or something. All right, we'll design, and like I said, we'll design a new vessel for this, and that's gonna be a whole 3-hour stream of me just trying to do this one mission at this point. All right, that's enough of that. Let's do another orbit. Let's see what we can get. It's the second most awesome place to launch from because of the gravity. It's an amazing place for accelerating using the Oberth effect. I think you get like a 16 times bonus. Oh, my voice is just straight ASMR. All right. People have said that before. I obviously don't know because it's my own voice. You can't ASMR yourself. At least I don't think you can. All right, let's loop around again and see what the damage is. The damage is a lot. I guess one of the more important things is we got the relay out here. It's probably a much more tangible thing that we can be proud of. So if I do this, I don't think we want to do that. All right, so we need a new design. We need nuclear engines. It's just gonna be a huge thing, and the whole goal is to get out here, not just refuel this, but also move it to where it needs to go, I think is the plan. All right, I'm very confused. What's going on here? So do we need to accelerate or not accelerate? That is the question. Let's see what the game has to say about it. Oh, geez. Does your fuel level there include the fuel you were transporting? Yes, it includes all the fuel. So that's all of my fuel. All of my fuel gone. This thing has some RTGs on it that I would really like to gather up as well. So what we need is some kind of massive interstellar tug that can show up, grab this stuff, and then move it around. You'd go to the AN or DN and push them to where your orbits touch. Then you can prograde at your apoapsis and raise your periapsis to touch your target orbit. Okay. Okay. I think I know what you're saying. Or wait, what if I do this? Your AN, DN need to beat your apoapsis and periapsis in the end. I see. This thing, like I said, also, it's just completely unwieldy. We need to put a reaction wheel in the middle here. So yeah, I've got some ideas for how we can improve this. It's just going to be very expensive and very large. You always need AN, DN where your orbits touch or else rendezvous is impossible. Okay. I mean, I can just do this. Oh, I guess I can't do that. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, this literally does nothing. Makes it worse. All right, all right. So this clearly isn't gonna work. I'm not gonna waste time. We're just gonna conserve the fuel in here, and we'll come use that to pick it up later. All right, so we now just have a big fuel tank sitting here. That's fine. Go back to the Space Center. Well, I've got the like I can get a rendezvous. Like I know how to tweak the approach so that I'm on the way there. That's not an issue for me. It's more that I wasn't expecting it to take that much Delta V. And also I screwed up the transfer, which is another thing that happened when I went to Eve, is I didn't start the burn early enough or whatever. All right, let's throw together a quick idea. Joule sucks. Yeah, it does. It's too big. It's like Eve. I've had problems with Eve. I've had problems with Jules. I haven't had problems with any other planet. It's the big guys. So let's load up this drone. Coming. I think I broke the game, guys. With pure salt. All right, so now it is time to design the ultimate fuel delivery drone system. Step 1. Reaction wheels. Control. Wait, they don't make big enough reaction wheels for this. Oh my gosh. All right, we'll just throw one here. That should be good, right? Step 2. Needs nukes. Clearly, everything is better with nukes. And liquid fuel, liquid fuel, liquid fuel. Is there a bigger... Oh. That could be fun. That's monoprop. That's rocket fuel, liquid fuel. Ah, here we go. Oh no. All right, when I said big, I meant it, guys. I'm done messing around. Now is the time. We need a thingy. Can I mine fuel at pole? Yes, I could if my mining vessel wasn't the thing that was stranded. That's the issue. Yeah, go big or go home, exactly. So this needs the adapter. Oh geez, this is gonna be way too big, isn't it? So what if we do this? Is this right? This doesn't look right. It's like a completely different design. It does say Mark III. I mean, I guess I gotta go with what the game says. And then we slap the nuclear engines on there. Well, we could have oxidizer, I guess. We'll just... Is this... Oh, it's... Okay, I see the issue. It's just differently set up. Oh, that's weird. Huh. All right, the game doesn't seem to like that. Okay, let's try this now. Let's try it again. Start from scratch. So here's the idea. We grab a liquid fuselage. We try to rotate it, and the game doesn't like that. So then we just put it here, where it'll actually work. I guess Well, I like the look of the girder though, that's the thing. I feel like the girder gives a little bit of personality. What do you guys think? You guys like the girder? I like the girder. Okay, then we use this. Oh, well, now that looks even worse. I think we might need to do the mirror symmetry here. Why does this not like it the way that I'm doing it? Isn't girder like a sexy legging clothing? I don't think so. A girdle is like something you'd wear under clothes. A garter might be what you're thinking of. There we go. All right, so let's say we do that. Then we flip that. No, see, it, oh, I see. It, because it does that. So is there no way to rotate it on the other axis? All right, forget it. We'll do this one. I like the look of this one anyway. Oh, this one does the same thing. What the heck? I mean, that's probably fine, honestly. All right, now I'll grab the girder. Now we need to move it. Looks good, looks good. Grab a couple of those. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. That's weird. Oh, I see. Okay. This needs to be mirror symmetry as well. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh. Okay. Oh boy. This game sure is giving me a hard time tonight with trying to place these fuel things. All right, here we go. Rotate it around. Put it up there. Then we do a little adapter like that. Get rid of the aqua dye. We'll keep some, whatever. The more we can transfer over, the better, right? It looks the same on both sides. That's fine. The VAB is set up. Yeah, that's true. The VAB is set up for building in a certain direction. And we are not following the directions. Do something like that. Looks good to me. And then we throw some nukes on there. Oh, wrong one. Where are the nukes? Give me the nukes. All right, perfect. All right, I can work with that. How does that look to you guys? Question is, can this thing get off the ground? I guess we should probably strut this up a bit. Uh-oh. That doesn't look right. Make sure it's on there correctly. All right, that looks better. All right, now gather up the girders or the struts here. So this is what happens when the game has snubbed me too many times. Forgive me, master. I must go all out. Just this once. All right, and now for the piece de resistance. The drop tanks. We need some big old drop tanks here. Alright, that's gonna look stupid. Let's grab a 2.5 size. Did I want to? These are not drop tanks, no. These are going to be attached. Their goal is to use the nuclear power as our primary method of burning, and then save as much of the fuel inside as we can. Although, now that you say that, having them as detachable would be a smart idea. And I do know that nukes don't use oxidizer. Oh, geez, a rocket. Ah, dang it. I did know that, but for some reason the game gave me, I picked the wrong fuel. That's okay. I can fix that. And yeah, I think I need to do, we got to do the other thing anyway, so let's fix that. So there's that. And then this will attach like so, and this is just liquid fuel. All right, good. I mean, I'm gonna miss the girder, but it's probably for the best. All right, and then we throw on the adapter, which does have oxidizer in it, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. All right, put the nose cones on. Perfect. And we can take the oxidizer out of here. It's probably fine. Because these are designed strictly to get us there. To like preserve as much fuel as possible. There's the nukes. And then finally, like I said, we're gonna have actual drop tanks on the side. And these are just designed to come off in mid transfer. So this whole thing is like a monstrosity. All right, I like it. Should give me about 12,000 delta V. We'll see about that. We'll see just how much delta V this thing gives us. Ooh, actually, do I have some alternatives here for fuel? No, it's not the right size. I know that there are some like nose coney type thing. We'll stick with this is fine. Yeah, this looks good. They look like big old pontoons. All right, there we go. And enable crossfeed. Yep. So here is how this system works, and we're gonna have to beef up the launch stage, I think. So step 1, the nukes do not fire yet, but they will fire eventually. So these fire first, then hang on, okay, then the SRBs drop off along with the Separatrons to get them away from the main body. Then this part drops off and fires the Wolfhound to get us into orbit. And then finally, these will fire. And then the drop tanks, I mean, most of this will probably be triggered manually, but we'll just have it available. All right, I think we got it now. So we get off the ground, and then we're actually too weak to keep going. All right, I have tanks on the side right now. If you use engine plates, you can put the engine in the center with the other engine. Fuel can be in the center too. You can have multiple engine types at the center and bottom of the ship with engine plates. You mean right here? All right, hang on. I have tanks on the side. Okay, yes, I have tanks on the side. If I use engine plates, I can put the engine in the center, the other engine. Thanks so much for streaming. You're happy to see me. Okay. Well, I'm happy to see you too. It's always nice to see people around here. So you think I should put some nuclear engines in the center along with the Wolfhound? The reason I was doing it like this was so I could eventually drop the nuclear engines when they run out of fuel. So that was my main thing. So the way that I'm doing this is this part gets us up there. In fact, this can't actually get us up there. We need to do a new launch stage. Once we're in orbit, we refuel everything to make sure it's full on fuel before we leave. Well, that's the thing. I want the nuke engines to go, and then I transfer the fuel over. So I'm just trying to transfer as much fuel over as possible, if that makes sense. So ideally, I'm not even using this fuel yet. Chemical rockets are about 3,000. Nukes will be about 12,000. Yes, that is true. However, first I need to get them into space, and I do need to send liquid fuel. And I might have a use for this thing later since it'll have a docking port on it. So it might end up being some kind of tug. But I'd like it to be as functional as possible. All right, for this case then, I think we need to ditch some of this fuel. Do something like that. Change that to orange. All right, that works. Like they're not quite touching. Am I using fuel lines? No, I'm using cross feed for these decouplers, and these two will not go together because this is just going to be for the nukes. Oh, Saint Murdoch. It was asking that question. Okay, you have the same color as King Akira, so I got confused. So for the fuel lines, I'm not using fuel lines. I'm just using the cross feed. And let's see. So let's run through this in theory. We launch with everything. We ditch the solid rocket boosters and we switch to the main rocket here, the main engine. Then we ditch this and this launches us into orbit. Oh, wow, that has super low thrust to weight. Hang on. Ooh, yeah, that's bad. We might actually want to swap out the Wolfhound with something a little more robust, like a skipper. Or maybe even, ooh, dare I say, a, what is the other one? You know how you're adding things to the sides of your rocket, like the nukes? You can take all of that and put it in the center. By using bigger parts will reduce the part count. Okay. The issue I'm seeing with that is I want to ditch the heavy nuclear engines at some point. So, I mean, I'd have to redesign the whole thing, I think, at this point, if I'm going to do it this way. Because this was designed for one thing, and now I'm doing a completely different thing with it. In theory, you'll never want to ditch the nuclear engines because it's better than all the others. That's true. Let's see then. Okay, so let's assume that I just want to move all this fuel and we don't even need an engine on the bottom here. So let's say we're taking all this fuel and we're using the nuclear engines to do it. How much delta V do these have? Because according to this, they only have about 800. Oh wait, let's put it in. In a vacuum, they only have 867 meters per second. I can add just one nuke at the center and bottom. Okay, let's try that then. let's, without the engine plate, it says it has 918. That can't be right. They have 12. Well, it depends on how much fuel they get, right? I guess in that case, I would need to have crossfeed enabled. And but I wouldn't necessarily want it to, well, I guess it's not a huge deal. The sweet spot tank size is make small or medium. Okay. I mean, the thing with the nuclear, it doesn't have 12,000 delta V by itself. It has as much delta V as I have fuel, which in this case is going to be a lot, but according to this, it's only getting 949 meters per second. And I don't know if maybe there's some kind of issue. So let's just ditch this whole bottom stage. That's kind of useless. All right, let's try this. Let's try running fuel lines and see what it does. So we just run some fuel lines here. Oh, hey, possibly an alien's here. So nuke plus Mark III small or medium will be 12,000. Okay. But I need to carry a lot of fuel. And this is way more than a small or medium, so I should have way more delta V then. Like, theoretically. This is only giving me 5,700. And that's with. Also, Alien, did you finish Mass Effect? Is it safe to come back now? So let's see how much weight this is. So this is 260 tons. But again, I'm only getting, okay, now it's saying I'm getting 5,700, which is not 12,000. That's not even close. That's barely enough to get me all the way to Joule. Is there something weird going on? With a 1,000 ton payload to Joule, you get a delta V of about 3,000. Okay, I must be missing something because I'm just not seeing that kind of return here. All right, let's say I ditch this whole thing. Say I ditch all this. Just ditch everything. Throw it all out. Okay, I'm getting 3,000 delta V, and that's using all the liquid fuel in all of these tanks. Let's say I take out the oxidizer because I don't need that, just to run things. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So it is the weight that seems to be the problem here. Try making a ship with only 2 parts. Okay. I mean, sure, I could just like, but I need to get all this fuel there. It's not, I'm not just trying to get to Joule. It also needs to be a tanker. But so I can't just bring a liquid fuel tank. I need to bring the whole thing because I need to transfer fuel over to the miner, which I guess honestly doesn't actually need that much fuel. All right, let's try this. Okay. Let's say we bring 1 orange tank. And then we have some. Can we not add a LQF tank? What the heck's an LQF tank? And I need way more than 3,000 delta V to get to Joule. So I'm gonna need a whole lot of liquid fuel. All right. You guys are... Okay. What can we use for a liquid fuel tank? Like, let's say I just slap a bunch of these things on the side. And then put the engine down here. I'm still only getting 5,000 meters per second. I'd have to slap way more fuel in here. With a nuke engine, you can go to Joule and come back. Where are you getting this information? I don't have enough lift yet. No, we're just trying to design the upper stage. The nuclear engine it's only going to give me 5,000 with all this fuel. You'll show me, because I have it set to be vacuum. Like, sure, if I did this, like, say I throw everything out, I just screw the whole thing. All right, get rid of everything and grab a liquid fuselage or whatever. We'll take one of these. We'll take out the oxidizer. Like, I can't magically make more Delta V strobe. That's only giving me 7,000, and that's with just that much liquid fuel. He's saying 1 nuke plus Mark III tank without the cargo fuel. Okay. So, Mark III tank. Okay, that's 11,000. So that's just by itself. So I can get there. And then, but I have nothing but a probe core, some fuel, and an engine. I mean, I know how to do this. The issue is I need to send more than just nothing. This is just, this isn't sending anything. Add 1 more of those tanks. All right, so we'll add another one. Okay, now it's only 13,000. We're getting diminishing returns now. Now it's 14,000. So now when do I add the cargo fuel? Or do I just not even bother? No, I have to. Add your payload fuel and you can add about 1,000 tons in payload and you can still have about 3,000 Delta V. Okay. So, I think we need to start from scratch. So let's not save. Because there was a lot that happened there. And it's still a decent ship, I think, that we might want to use later, but not for Joule. All right. Come on. I wish they would make liquid fuel round tanks. Like the, you know, the round one, like the orange ones. You can just add a claw and dock and use this ship. You just manhandle and push your craft from Joule. Right. So I need to push the ship. The ship needs to land. Oh, geez. Okay, it did save it. Did it? Or is this just the autosave? Okay, looks like it saved. All right, good. So new ship. Let's try this from scratch. Step 1. Start with a big ol' drone. I think that, yeah, that's the larger one. Perfect. All right, we can do this. There's a mod for that. Hang on. So now we need to do a switch like that. Okay. I mean, I realize it looks kind of goofy, but just work with me here. Take out the oxidizer. Take out that. Oh, wait, is there a, oh, I don't want it slanted. Yeah, let's get rid of the slanted one. Gross. Perfect. Get rid of the oxidizer. All right, let's throw on some engine plates. Or an engine plate. Oh, do they have engine plates for this size? I'm guessing they don't. Ugh. Wait, where the heck are engine plates at? Coupling? Ah, here they are. No, they do not have engine plates for that. That's unfortunate. They have engine plates for all sizes. I suppose I need to use another one of these then, huh? Like this. That could work. You immediately tried to cook and realized you have no idea what happened in here. Nothing really happened in here. You just gotta tell me how Mass Effect went. One of you guys who was watching the stream, how did Mass Effect go? Engine plates, you no longer need size adapters. It's true, yeah. All right, let's find the engine plate here. My only problem with this is that it's going to be very slow. Using the wrong one again. There we go. How many nuclear engines can we throw on here before it gets silly? Let's try 2. That doesn't look terrible. Yeah, that looks good. You're having difficulty right now because you're not using liquid fuel tanks. I am using liquid fuel tanks. Liquid fuel, liquid fuel, liquid fuel. Wait till, yeah, the burn times are going to be disgusting, I'm sure. All right, and we do still need a payload. And then we need like a nose cone kind of thing. Oh, that'd be under aerodynamics. Oh no, it wouldn't. It would be a structural thing. Top and bottom tanks are for, yeah, well, what else am I supposed to use? They don't make a liquid fuel version of the adapter. So I just have to work with what they give me. It's a common misconception. Longer burn times equals good. No one wants a rocket of car. Well, yeah, but I don't want to spend 20 minutes trying to do a burn. I guess I kind of do, but it's not very good for the stream. All right. Don't use adapter. You don't need it. You have engine plate. Well, I need to adapt at the top, though. And that's going to look so stupid. Like what? I just throw an engine plate on the bottom? It looks like garbage. And there's not an engine plate for that. Last time I played this, it didn't. Aerodynamics do matter, I think. And I'm fine with, like, I took the oxidizer out. It's probably fine. Not gonna hurt anything, at least. And I'll feel better if it looks good. Yeah, just ditch the oxidizer. That's fine. As long as it's just liquid fuel in there, it'll be good. Okay, now the question is, where does the and also this could technically be my part of my thing fuel. Wrong engine plate, go one size bigger. All right, let's see how that looks. Oh, that looks even worse. Oh no, it's disgusting. Look at that thing. It's the next one down. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, it kind of sticks out on the side. I can shield it with fairing / shrouds. Maybe. I don't know, this looks kind of cool. The main issue is, okay, where does the cargo fuel go? I guess right here, there's my cargo fuel. Or at least some of it, the oxidizer. Now we're down to 6,200 delta V. What happens if we add some more in the middle? Just add another, we could use the long one. Okay, there we go. All right, 8,400. That's not too bad. At this point, I should be getting 12,000 Delta V. Okay, but I don't need 12,000 Delta V. I need enough to get to Jewel, to circularized rendezvous, and then transfer excess fuel to another craft so that the craft can continue its important mission. So getting 12,000 in pure Delta V is not going to help me if I can't actually transport anything without losing Delta V. Unused oxidizer, short range attack, we can fix that. You need 12,000 now because when you add payload, Delta V will fall. So at this point, you should start with 12,000. Okay. All right. So let's say I do what you say. And I do this. We can change that later if we need to. Okay, so I have 12,000 Delta V. Big whoop. With a 30-minute burn time just to get to Jewel. And it looks ugly. This is yeah. Like, it'll work, sure, I get it. Like, you can slap any of the parts together and it'll work just fine, but there's gotta be some kind of aesthetics. There has to be a, if it's not gonna look good, what's the point, you know? Also, you can't change the color of these. There needs to be more color changing ability. All right. So what are some alternatives? I mean, we're already, it's like 10 o'clock. We're already past the limit on my streaming. So I'll think about it over the week. We'll figure it out. You can add more engines, but remember this is your base configuration. Oh boy. All right. So basically, forget everything in the next week and then come back and forget what I was doing. Gotcha. All right, streamers. You guys aren't streaming. I'm the streamer. You're the viewers. Viewers, let us find someone to raid. If anyone's even awake. Oh, Matt Cumart is playing. So we'll go raid him. You guys can go harass him with your nuclear engine stuff. And I will see you guys, if not tomorrow for mine and Urban Ventures stream, then the next time that I see you. More Kerbals next Monday. Hopefully you guys will be able to make it. Otherwise, stop by whenever you get a chance. So have a great night. Wait, oh, I didn't. Oh my gosh. I didn't switch to this. Okay, there we go. All right, now we'll go.